Well, the usual get started stuff here. I was recording clips so that I would have stuff to show people. You know, because last time it's just like, you got any clips? I'm like, not really, and I think that's recent. So I'm just gonna start making a bunch of those. Just have a whole library of things to show people. Maybe put up an itch page so people can kind of follow it on there. You know, just kind of stop being waiting for that Steam page that isn't even there yet. I also put the entire collection of everything I've done into one singular playlist. So it's 138 videos. This will be 139. Quite a few. Many of those videos are like 8+ hours long. Hardcore, yo, hardcore. Bring up the chat for a combined chat. I still gotta set the other two chats. Or just the other sites in general, figure out how I'm gonna do it. In a way that is efficient for what I need to do. That there, now I just need the Discord link. Hey, mister. Not a whole lot yet. I'm just derping along, working my way up to being useful. Doing all the usual things that I should do at the start of the, or before the stream starts, and then I just never do. Just never. How's your day going? Doing the Discord thingies up. Slowly but surely the Discord will be huge. Huge, I tell you, huge. Okay, well. Bigger than it is. So slow it isn't even funny? That's awful. Why'd it go so slow? Wasn't like waiting at the DMV or something, because that would definitely make my day go slow. Actually, I make fun of them. They were actually pretty fast last time I went there. So, I guess I shouldn't be so mean. I'm gonna be mean anyway, because it's the DMV, but I'll be a little less mean. I guess. Oh yeah. I lived there for about a year at one point. Up in Beaverton. It was a place that I lived at. That's my explanation. Here's a mess. Yeah, it's cold and rainy and drizzly, and I hated every moment of living in Beaverton. No, that's fair. See, I was actually like about a mile from the Washington Square Mall, so I was right by Tigard. So I spent most of my time in Tigard, and there was a card shop I went to in Tualatin. So that's pretty much about where I spent most of my time. We almost never went into Beaverton proper. I was living with my girlfriend at the time, and we were both homebodies, and it was always freezing and raining and crappy, so we just never really wanted to go anywhere. Oh, I see. We went up there a couple times, mostly because she had a friend up in Vancouver. Otherwise, there wasn't much reason to go that way. It's kind of a long distance for... I don't know. I didn't like the big city life. It really seemed like all they did was copy-paste the same handful of blocks over and over and over. And every once in a while there was something unique, but you had to spend your time just in this weird press of the same crap. It just... I mean, the city I live in now is like 100,000 people, so it's not like it's no people, but... It didn't used to be 100,000, it used to be like 70,000 about 5 years ago. But otherwise, it's just like... I don't know. I'd much rather live in a small town somewhere than a big city. With how healthy I've been lately, I guess it's better to live in a city than it is in a town. Or maybe not. I mean, it's not like the medical industry does anything, so I guess it doesn't make much difference where I live. Ooh. But, not the worst. Overall, I mean, the magic shop there was really great. Barely 150k, almost nobody. I mean, when you compare it to the Portland metro area, it is basically nobody, but almost nobody. 0 people were involved. So, Why'd you move over to Portland in that area? I mean, I went up there because my girlfriend wanted to study acupuncture, and then she never did, and we just wasted our time moving up there. Because they had a school there, like, I think LA, San Diego, and like in Seattle. Like the 4 places we could choose from, and though her brother lived down in the south, he didn't want to help us, you know, get moved there and everything like that. And some of her friends up in Portland did, so we went there instead, and... God. That's fair, that's fair. I like the Grants Pass area. That area was beautiful when I went through there. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Fair. I regretted being up there a lot. Can't believe I was so happy to come back to California. I don't even like California, but after Oregon, well, after the Portland metro area, I like California just fine. People were nicer up there, though. I'll give them that credit. Like, they were more courteous, I should say. Well, they used to be. Now it's probably just as bad as California. Yeah, California's pretty bad. I'm contemplating some changes to the game here. Pretty much, yeah. I don't go a lot of places anymore. I used to. I'm also not very healthy most of the time anyway, so I don't really go a lot of places. But even before that, yeah. There's a lot of them down here too. To the point where I'm just like, yay, woohoo. Wait a second. I think this is the new plan. And I swap these out to be something a little different later. Yeah, I think that's the plan. I'm contemplating taking these top 2 floors and cramming them underneath here because I want to cut the game's scope down. That's fair. If I ever get healthy, I wouldn't mind leaving California. I don't know where I'm going, but somewhere that's not a coastal place, you know? Well, I can be like, I don't really want to go to Texas because all the Californians are going to Texas, and if my goal is to escape the Californians and all these weirdos, I don't think going to Texas is going to help a lot. And I don't think I'm tough enough for Florida. I mean, Florida man's pretty scary. I don't think I could take that, but so, you know, I'm gonna have to pick a place that's not one of those. That's my theory anyway. Yeah, you know, I think that they're like some sort of like they're cousins to Australians or something because, you know, the two of those, they just do weird things that just normal people don't do, okay? Like, it's just not okay what's going on there. That's just not what you do. And yet the Florida people are like, we do this. And so the Australian people are like, we do this too. And I'm like, yeah, okay. You people weird me out. I don't know how I feel about this. I gotta get rid of these frames too. Okay, get rid of this navigation. This is me fixing the game to be not ridiculous. Yeah, like, these people are crazy. I ain't winning no fight against those things. Even when I was healthy, I wasn't winning no fight against those things. Or I wasn't picking a fight. Not saying I haven't dealt with wild animals before, but I'm not picking fights with them, not intentionally. But Florida man got this. Florida man just like, yeah, he just picks a fight with that alligator. The battle is pretty much for whoever controls the swamps, right? Florida man or the gator people. I don't know who wins this fight, and it's okay. I don't need to know. I don't want to know. Unless they want to put it on like YouTube or something, then I'll watch. But other than that, I don't want to know. What if I just do this? Like, what if that's the middle of the building and I don't even need this pipe anymore? And I just put the floor here with all the other stuff there, and then this connects right back up to where it used to, and I don't have to make anything special. I just get to get away with all that crap. I don't hate this idea. Yeah, I was just realizing that, you know, first off, story-wise, it makes no sense for Charlotte to live anywhere besides the top floor. Second of all, if there's an area that's cordoned off where people wouldn't go, the fact that you'd have to go through it in order to get to this area up here seems weird. Third of all, I just basically would have added an additional, like, I don't know, 20% to the game. It was never planned for, purely because I thought it looked kind of cool on top, which is weird. This glass roof is also incredibly bad for performance, so that's not that great. Yeah, like, it just didn't... I didn't plan for it. It's a neat idea. But I'm just pushing the game's release back a huge amount by adding 2 additional floors that were not planned for. As it is now, that still leaves 7 floors, because there's 2 underground. It's like an hour and a half for the first floor. I think the game is long enough with only 7, and this is assuming that you went the right way too. If you don't go the right way, yeah. Yeah, so I was just like, this makes 0 sense what I'm doing here. Like, I really would prefer this, plus it kind of makes the building look cool anyway. So I'd much rather just kind of stick with that idea than what I am doing, which is just, I don't know. I really don't know what the plan was on that. But I just think that it makes 0 sense. Why change up the game to fit this new thing here because I think one thing is slightly cool, and thus be forced to change so many things, including story things, just so it makes sense. I don't see it. So, and I get to get rid of a lot of glass. I can still put some sort of crazy thing on the roof if I want, but you can't even see the roof, so I don't know. But I was also having to complicate the safari room even more. Like, this room didn't need additional pathways in it, for God's sakes. It was perfectly fine without this bonus pathway. The weird washroom over here didn't need additional anything anyway. I was just making this a stupid little side room. Now it has to be like an additional everything. I'm like, but why? What am I gaining out of all this crap anyway? You know? Not much. So, we're making some changes. Because I want the game to be finished some year. And the pathway I was taking was to make certain the game was not going to be finished for like an extra... I mean, designing 2 floors... I've designed like most of 1 floor so far. And like part of another one. Yeah. So I mean, like, when you think about that, and all this time I've designed that and like some enemies for it like that, how long do you think adding 2 additional floors is going to be? In all reality, it's possible I chop out another floor a little bit down below because of, you know, what it would take to make this happen. And I don't know if I'm going to want it to be there because it's just so, it's going to take so long. And I could make the game arbitrarily longer, but I'd rather spend that time improving all the content that's already there than adding a bunch of extra content that's like, you know, not the best just to try to squeeze time in there. I could, but it would make, I mean, it would make a lot of points. If I was going to add anything back, I'd add some sort of paintings that led to other little worlds as a means of providing DLC or something. But I don't think that, like, I want to release the game first before I worry about that, right? Because if the game is terrible, then I don't care about DLC. Yeah. Well, I mean, I probably would make an additional campaign thingy that's like DLC stuff afterwards, like, you know, real meaty things, not like, you know, just, oh, look, here's a new outfit. But, you know, that's a different story entirely. That's the game has to be successful before we talk about DLC, you know? As it is now, I just want the game to be the best it can be for, you know, the main game, and then after that, we can worry about everything else. But every new floor is so much extra work that just, it don't need to be there. You just don't. Like, no. Especially not 2 floors. That's a lot. That's too much. Those little spike thingies on top are a bit weird, but that's okay. Yeah, like if I was going to release it as like an early access, I could get away with a lot more, but I want this game to come out sometime, you know? I don't want it to sit forever baking. I'm always telling other people how they should, you know, go out of their way to be realistic, and here I am being not very realistic myself. I think that's stupid, and that I should be more realistic on what is and isn't possible here, and I'll tell you right now, 2 extra floors sure not sounding all that possible to me. Yep. Kind of what's happening. Just do as I say, not as I do. And I mean, I tell people don't do what I'm doing as is anyway, because what I'm doing is estimated to take about 3 years. And that's a lot of time, right? Like, that's a huge amount of time. And the odds that you're gonna stick to it for that long is pretty bad, right? I mean, like, that's a lot of work. I mean, I still have to successfully pull this off, let alone everybody else. So before you idolize what I'm doing, keep in mind that I haven't succeeded yet either. But I can tell you this, there have been very few times where I've been upset that I removed a bunch of content to, you know, make the game more, like, have a better scope. Very few times. Like, some things just shouldn't be, you know? However you look at it, it's just too much. For a solo dev, like, if you're a team, you know, you can do more, obviously, but... I think you're more likely to become an indie darling, you know, by having a game that's like 5 hours long and amazing than a 10-hour game that's, you know, okay, right? If you spend all the time, same amount of time on 5 hours of content, or you spend it on 10 hours of content, which one comes out the better game? And probably the 5-hour one. I think the game will be longer than 5 hours, but I doubt it's going to be longer than 10. I mean, maybe if we get everything, we could talk, but about it being longer, but otherwise. Sure as hell didn't need this, though. Insane. So yeah, take all the crap, put it in here. Push this up to the floor it's supposed to be on. Oh yeah. 2D's a trap. Just gonna say it, 2D's a trap. Don't do that to yourself. It's actually, I would say, argue more work than 3D. And a lot of it comes down to you can't, like there's so many models for 3D that you can get away with, whereas 2D stuff, usually you gotta have it specially made. Well, even the hand-drawn stuff, I mean, you gotta have it specifically made. It's not reusable or anything like that. You can't just swap out some, you know, meshes and call it square, you know, or swap out some textures, or nothing can be changed. You're just like, you can't do all the magic with materials that you can do in this, and it's like, okay, cool, but that's weird. What am I supposed to do now with this? So why are there a bunch of windows here, of all places? I have questions about this map. But the ability to just create assets on the fly has made my this game's development hugely fast, because a lot of it has been me just making it. Like, I make these floors. That was not something that was, someone didn't just put that out in an asset pack, but you can just use geometry brushes to just make stuff. Just getting rid of all the stuff on this floor. I don't care right now. I'm gonna have to change some stuff up here. This one doesn't actually match the other one. Interesting. That's fair. Yeah, pixel art's just, yeah, it's a bad idea. It's bad. Don't do it. Everyone thinks they can do pixel art. They can't. Just gonna say it. They can't. They think they can, but they can't. That's adorable that they think they can, but they can't. Pixel art's actually very hard to do. I'm not sure I'll be able to cram this in here the way I want it to. It's going to take a bunch of space up there. Might need to remake it. That's okay, I have the other version on the other map that's not put together at all. I kept the whole separate map, so I could just change things that I see fit. Yeah, then that makes it where these two floors go down to here, and then I only have to deal with 2 floors below it, and then the basement area. It's possible I switch it into only 4 biomes, because the biomes are so big. But I might not. Even this water one, I'm not sure I'm going to turn it into anything interesting yet. I spent all this time making this crap just for it to be useless, you know? Isn't that great? But sometimes you gotta realize it's a bad idea. And you just gotta run with the better idea. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I've thrown away entire maps. I don't think I've seen this insignia game you're talking about. I should look at it at some point. Yeah, whatever. Yesterday I went to all the trouble to change these out. Don't need them now. Just ditch that, and then you have this open area here, which I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with anymore. I used to have picnic tables there. I might put something else. Maybe tweak that room a bit too. Make it into a bigger room even, honestly. That could happen as well. And you get to get rid of this rail here, or that rail there. Not a bad idea. Whatever. There'll be none of this. None of this indeed. Grab all the other stuff and put it on this floor too, and just move it down to where it needs to be. I'm not sure if I'm keeping all these big pipes up here. I might be. Definitely not keeping those right there. Click the wrong button. Nice. Don't need. These need to be moved down to ground floor. Because I am not about to do what I'm currently doing. I'd rather just shrink it down. Empty Wonders is not this ridiculously huge place. It's big, but it's not that big. 5 floors is enough, and I'm not sure I'm doing on those. Let me find the ceiling again, because I think I still have it somewhere, and I'm not making a new one if I have it. Ceiling? Maybe? Not that. That used to be a thing there. That'll do. I don't know why it's tile on top. So those two things there. This was an old version, I guess. That's fine, I don't care. Old version still gets the job done. What am I doing? I just copy the location outright. No, I can't. I thought I could. But counterpoint, I can't. Now it's feeling a lot more manageable as a game. Now my estimate of getting it done in a month and a half, oh no, sorry, a year and a half sounds a lot more feasible than it did a moment ago. With 2 extra floors on top. And I'm just going to build down into this area here. Person upset that, you know, these people got their thing taken down for copyright infringement. Like, what? Like, it's one thing when Nintendo sues, like, Power World because they think their thing is sort of like copyright infringement. It's another thing when you just literally steal people's characters and make your own things with it. I mean, you know, they're not really a big, bad, evil corporation at that point when you literally just stole their stuff. Hey, another guy. How's it going? You're just in time for me to, you know, remove the top 2 floors here and cram them down below into like these 2 floors where I'm going to restructure a lot and change the pillars out and probably remake these side things. I realized I have too many floors. I actually came it looking okay on this side. But these pillar things are obviously not okay. Hey, Matt. Pretty much. I'm in a restructuring mood as I try to figure out how the best way to kind of put it in a way back the way it was, but with different walls, and I guess I've planned out a lot more rooms than I previously had, but yeah, I was being ridiculous, I think. It's time to stop being ridiculous. Because someone wants to release their game in a year and a half. Not never, like I was almost planning with those changes. I mean, never is fine, I guess, but I'm pretty certain that people would prefer it not be never. I mean, maybe they want never, I don't know. Sure. I get the feeling never is probably the wrong time frame. I probably want to go rebuild those on the other map, because the other map already has these still, so I can just swap out things and change things as I see fit to make it a little better. That's right. All coming together. I still don't know if I want to keep these pipes or not that go across. Probably won't, because it's inside. It was designed to hold up the giant glass roof, but I'm getting rid of the glass roof because, well, Nanite's just like, you sure you want that, buddy? Do you really? And like, well, when you put it like that, maybe not. And then it's like, I thought. Oh, I deleted it. Yeah. Like, I'm not sure if I even want these glass windows or if I'm just gonna have like an invisible level block thingy that pretends like it's glass. So you just think there's glass there. You know, it'll be like the way birds see it. You know, when they hit the windshield and they can't, like window and they can't see it. Yeah, that'll be my new windows, because you know what doesn't have a nanite problem? Things that have no visibility at all. It just looks like there's a window there, kinda. Because otherwise, you're just SOL. There's nothing you can do about it. Like, your FPS is gonna be terrible with, you know, the more glass you put in. I want the glass to be something you can see through, because what's the point of having a city around? I could just ditch the city if there was no, I didn't have glass, but basically what I'm saying is windows are costly. Yeah, I need to restructure these things so that they're not using these things. If only didn't have a thing on top. If I could just saw this off the top, it'd be beautiful. Sadly, that is not a thing I get to do here. Yeah. And to think they made an entire operating system out of that. No wonder it has so many problems. Exactly. Had the same thought. Very true, though. Very true indeed. Microsoft is the bad. Just like their operating system. What's this look like? What's this look like if it was like a size 8? How about a 10? How about a 20? I mean, this could be cool looking on the right thing, but it's also, well, it can be made of metal very easily if I want. Oh yeah. Ah yes, the days of Windows 7. And even XP. And then there was, you know, things in between that were real bad. The big argument is which is worse. Like, Windows Vista or Windows 11. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is obviously useless now, but in its heyday, it was a real piece of garbage. But so is Windows 11, so... Tale as old as time, which is worse? Which monstrosity ruined things more? Some of these tracks for these game dev things are just very excitable. It was. But I mean, that's Windows 11, so like... maybe. I don't know. I admit that I'm very unexcited by both. I used Vista for a bunch of years, and it really didn't have that many problems. I mean, like, a lot of people had problems with it, that's true. Not saying it's good, and I definitely switched off it when I had the chance. I haven't had the unfortunate circumstance to need Windows 11 yet, so we'll see on that one, but... These are interesting. I could replace some of these. That's not bad. Right? And I just get this and go boop. And that would work. Using 11 this past month is not that bad anymore, but yeah, I'd rather use 10 exactly. What do you mean your message failed? Did your message fail? Why would your message fail? I mean, I don't think you even have an auto mod on. It doesn't say anything was deleted. Don't know why I'd have trouble posting a message. So I don't really moderate my chat very much. I could. but not that often. To be honest, there's not usually much need to. Maybe 15. It's about the right height here. Nah, 15's too big. Is it? Where does this anchor at? The anchor's at the bottom too, just so if we put them at this right height there. 15's obviously nuts. It's too big. Maybe? 14.2? This could work. I just ram the gates together like that normally and just move in there? Yeah, probably fair. Heard many bad things about it. Oh. Maybe just your connection wasn't working too well. Oh, you know, message failed to send. That's usually when I get a failed to send, something an issue with my internet connection. Which seems to be working, otherwise that people would complain. YouTube is working. So maybe 14.1. Get it right about there, make it nice and perfect. I actually raised it up a little bit. Not sure I like that. It's probably fine actually. Wait, is there no top on these? There's not. That won't work. There needs to be a top on them. Oh no. Why did you make an enemy of Twitch? Why would you do this? Twitch is your friend. Why do you hate Twitch? No top on this either. Who makes pillars without tops? That's weird. The column. And I could sit there and make these columns big too. I think I like this setup better, so I probably just want to find something that works with it. Some sort of metal to go on the top and bottom, and then I just make a little reusable rail thingy, or reusable thingy to go on all of them. Which is the devil? Guess that's fair. It's so far the only one that pays me though, so I like Twitch better than I like YouTube at the moment. One day YouTube can be likable too. I guess. I don't know if that's a true statement. It's definitely a statement though. I put arches. I don't know. I think their pillars are probably the best. Well, they're not that good either. Those are blueprints. I know, I'll pile books up. That'll hold the whole thing up. Books everywhere. Yeah. Yeah. I could just make a thing out of a geometry brush that's not even that ornate. I could also just shrink these down too. Like, they don't have to be as tall as they are. They could be much less tall. Right? I did kind of want it to look like there was the holding the ceiling up though, so I guess to be fair, it needs to go higher than that anyway. 38 maybe. I like that. It gets to the top. I could just do that. Just swap them all to 38. It makes my job pretty easy. Even though I like this look better, probably, with these things. But if I put these, I gotta put something over the top to make certain so you can't see through. Also, I think they oh, they have a thing to the side, so that's not bad. I mean, if I pushed them farther in, they'd be okay, I guess. I don't know if that would really look very good, though. Like right between these things like that. I don't think it looks that great. These stick all the way through though, so there's that problem. They also... I guess this looks like glass in between as well, which is kind of neat, whereas this also kind of looks like that too, so... These probably look better though. It's just that there's no top or bottom, but I guess you won't really see a top or bottom. Would be my guess. Let's just say I get rid of all these here, and I just start putting ones to replace it or something, move them over. I'm just putting them in between the things anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Wall 1? Okay, let's add these to wall 1, so this way I can just copy paste the whole thing from wall 1. Wall 1. Actually, that's perfectly fine. I just do this. Sounds almost like a Final Fantasy music thing. With this whole background track there. So I just do that? That's probably fine. You aren't in the wall 1? Oh, that's weird. Glad I have this map that I can sit there and break over and over. It's the best map. I think that in the end this building will look much better than the one I was making. Probably fair. I doubt it'll look worse. But maybe it will. I think it's possible. Oh, running an ad break. Jeez. I'm good to keep its directory. Oh, it's not highlighting everything in there. It's just highlighting some of it. Kind of strange. Honestly, it's probably fine. And you just cram it further forward like this. That actually works pretty good because I don't care about the top or bottom, so now it just works perfect. Another dark glass here too. Huh. Indeed. But am I going to keep the walls here or not? I don't think I am. Also, you can't even see from the other side on these things. These are like literally a nothing burger in one direction. So I probably want to remove those, put that in there, and then duplicate this wall. Tweak it a bit for each of these sides. Might be able to remerge the maps too at some point soon. Yeah, I don't know. Seems good to me. I mean, I guess the real test is what does it look like at night, because that's how you're going to see the whole game. I might get away with less of the glass, though. I think the glass might not be that nice. Also, I think there's 2 layers of it. That don't need to be there. 1 is fine. That should work fine. And then I have, well, basically, instead of having 4 floors to design, I've already half designed 2 of them, and I don't have 2 floors to design. So, that's not bad, you know. I mean, that saves a lot of time. Maybe I make the cool building stuff down here, and I don't know if they're doing that chest stuff there. I'm gonna have chest things somewhere, but I don't know if I need to dedicate a whole area or not to it. I wanted to have 5 victims that weren't Poppet, so I need 5 boss things for them. That's why I wanted 5 biomes, if you will. But yeah. Anyway. Definitely nicer looking building wise than the other one. I probably should ram these together actually, is the thing, instead of moving them like this. I might be doing some tweaking a bit, so. I don't really care about any of that, honestly. Interesting. It's true. Oh, I may have been close. That's kind of nice looking. Hmm. I'll have to go through and grab the other ones from the other city too, after I'm done with these. Both sides of the building are not the same size, so that's going to be a little extra changing I need to make. Oh, neat. Guess you'll get actually to see some of the windows as you're sitting along here doing your thing. It's kind of cool. Hmm. Just twitching. I knew I was so unhealthy all the time. Does make my life pretty hard. Can't plan around what I don't know what it is. But I can't live my life worrying about it either, because if I do that, then... well... I'll accomplish nothing. It's never gone away. So, we move on. It's fine. Garden. So it should be. Are you not all in the Moonlit Garden? Okay, I'm a little confused which one was which. Fine. Does have nothing in them? Sure. Really? Might as well have both. That's weird. It's close enough for now. It's gonna get changed up a bunch. It doesn't matter that much. Oh, I'm right back. Alright. Pretty much, Mr. Pretty much, yep. Thanks. Yeah, mine's just hate me today, apparently. Just twitching at me. It's weird. I don't think I'm gonna do any more redesigns on the outskirts of this building anymore. I think I'm good after this. I don't want to design it again. On the plus side, there'll be no areas you can go outside in this area because if it's just all glass and without windows. So I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry about other areas though. Yeah, this is just way too many floors. Holy crap. Why did I ever think this was the right idea? Really the last weekend and the last stream, everything's literally just been about making the project work better and cutting back on things. It just, you know, needed to be cut back on. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. No, sometimes you just gotta realize the simple truth. Just because you have an idea doesn't mean you can implement it. I'm reminding myself of that every day. Like I can kind of make it, but You know. Need those, and I think that's all I really wanted from this map at the moment. I guess I could grab the rest of these things and I could just put this whole floor in there and everything. I'm not sure I'm doing that or not, but one of the advantages of doing this is instead of having this floor room where I have nothing in here, this just becomes the safari room, and I can just, you know, connect this safari room up to wherever it's going to be down here, and if there's already an exit from it, I just grab each room and drag them down, basically. Not that I know what I'm doing with each room, I really have no idea. Put the lunar room on a corner just so it's got the moon on that corner, and I don't care after that. I might axe some rooms too, just because I don't think they're necessary. But I definitely think this is just ambitious, to say the least. So I should be able to put everything on like a floor 6, then I could just move everything at once, which would probably be a lot better. I don't know, I have to organize everything here. Well, one thing I haven't done that will improve performance is I have to H-load everything. Because, well, I've merged all these actors, but I left them out of the H-load, which means that they're just always loaded, which means I'm not really getting much of a performance gain until I do that. Yeah, I need to just grab that includes the walls too. Good to have a backup map. You never know when the backup map will be handy. Like a whole bunch of stuff that's just not part of anything. Everything in here isn't even like that. This is gonna be a big pain. I could just pick this whole thing up and drag it over. The goal is to compress the game to something more reasonable, basically. I added these 2 floors up here, but the simple reality is, from a story perspective, it makes no sense that Charlotte doesn't live on the top floor. It made no sense that you had an area that was like not allowed for like the public, but you had to pass through that area to get up to this other area. That made no sense. Adding 2 floors to the game adds an incredible amount of extra work when you consider I've put all this time in and I have like a floor and a half. So 2 extra floors is one hell of a commitment, right? I mean, like am I going to even get this game done at the rate I'm going if I do things like that? So started putting all these things on, and it's like, you know, come to think of it, the glass on top of the roof there is really bad for performance, so having a glass roof is really dumb. Yeah, it was just an unplanned for idea that I thought was cool because you could see the sky, but the price of seeing the sky is probably adding, you know, 4+ months of dev time in the hopes that it works out, you know, like that's a lot. So that's kind of the thing here. Thanks for the follow, Quizkit39. How's your day going? So, yeah, I'm restructuring this place. I'm probably gonna try grabbing this whole thing and moving it down there, but I might not move it all at once. Yeah, it just it's too much. It goes outside of the scope of the game and what I was trying to accomplish. That's why I removed the extra floors on top initially, because I was like, why are these here? I want you to basically be working your way down through the building throughout the course of the game. That just seems like the way I'd have it set up. And potentially, you know, maybe I cut out another floor if the game seems like it's going to take an incredible amount of time. Right? Because, I mean, if each floor takes about an hour and a half, or I guess we'll say an hour per floor because, you know, part of the other one's on there. I mean, you know, at this point, the game would still be like 7 hours long, even if I cut that out there, which for Metroidvania is not too bad. I can always have DLC later if I choose to, but I don't know. I'm more interested in getting the game done than never achieving victory because I wanted to add a bit extra. And I'm just kind of planning how I would make this happen. Cause yeah, I did not have good plans. I just did not have good plans. They were terrible. And I would like to return back to the old plan with the upgraded rooms that I have from the other thing. Because I mean, I do have better rooms, and I made a bunch of extra rooms. I also get to eliminate the need for one of the rooms because I made a room like above this room that had no purpose. And this room already goes down to this room already served the function of that room. So it's like I needed an extra room that did nothing. I had no purpose for, versus one where I do have the purpose. So it's like, Granted, moving this all into place is going to be an incredible pain. Guess we paste here. But I'll have closer to, like, you know, 40 to 50% of the layout design to this place. Okay, more like closer to 40, but by doing this, whereas before I went back to having like maybe 20% if I was lucky. Because it was a lot of... Actually not even that many areas designed here either. But I believe the plan was... This actually went underneath there. I'd probably move this over farther there. I don't think I'd even have the underwater area. The secret garden probably gets moved. This exits out of a different room entirely, so maybe I make this not the last area. Yeah, there's just a lot of things that I'm going to change up. I had a better layout for the other. But moving it all is going to be very challenging. As you can see, we're going to inch it along until it gets there. I also get to get rid of a hallway that was completely worthless. I was like, what are you going to do with this 2-story hallway? This doesn't seem like fun. Because it wasn't fun. This is still in floor 6, right? Like it's all golden. I gotta put the floor down so I can see where I'm going to put this anyway, and I didn't grab the floor. I'm trying to move over 800 actors, so that's a thing. Yeah, the Moonlit Garden's still there. That's fine. Oh, but now there's walls. There's actually other stuff in there too. I don't want the walls in there. It's going to be a catastrophe before it becomes good. It's just how it's going to be. But if, you know, taking one night to remove what would probably be 4 months worth of work off the project is all it takes, I'm down. I'm just down. I'm good. I just don't want that to be a thing anymore. I don't want to have a million extra floors. I guess I do want the floors off this one, and you know, we'll figure out which ones are which. And I'll probably do like, you know, some sort of city area among this area here, maybe 2 levels of that. Or make this area that big. Or maybe a half, like do a floor and a half for this and then do the other. I don't know. Or maybe I'll mix some things up more. Maybe I'll remove some useless rooms or do something with them later. Just lock them away until they're useful. I don't know. I guess I deleted the other floor. Rough. Does this even have a floor? I had this floor. Whatever. Actually, I just want the floor that's... I want the number the floor is at. Then I gotta measure it again. It might not. We'll see. I mean, none of the nanite stuff, once I H-load everything, so I had H-load everything yesterday, we'll see how it goes. I'm kind of merging it all back together right now to see how things are going to go. Plan things out a little better. Because right now I just don't have a good plan. And that seems kind of bad. I'll just grab this and move it down. That even work? Probably not. It would need to be at this height. That's where the floor would be. Or replace it with something else. Or maybe just make a new floor. Yeah. There'll be improvements. This is definitely something I should never have done the extra floor. Might need 2 of these, I don't know, but for now we're just gonna dump this here and call it square. Just so I have something to kind of work off of for where I need to drop everything. I'm just gonna start putting all those things in the Whimsy Wonders thing so I don't have to look for them. Obviously, this is going to take a lot longer than I want it to, but what am I supposed to do, right? Be sad. That music. Everywhere. I'm basically axing this room entirely, and I'm moving the lunar room over. So these two rooms that are going to be outside the building right now are going to get moved over to match those. And I'm basically going to axe like 3 or 4 rooms from the proposed Moonlit Garden that I had previous. Because, you know, I had no idea for those rooms. I would just have to make up a new idea if I had one. The problem with moving these is you really can't move too much of a distance, so like everything moves a huge amount or they barely move at all. It's kind of irritating. But my computer was never meant to do what I'm doing here. Unreal Engine wasn't meant to do what I was doing here. That was actually pretty good. Almost got the whole thing to where I wanted to go. Yeah, like... I already have rooms in those areas, so these areas could be restructured a bunch. And this bizarre fort thing could get removed. I think once I do this, the new rooms that I've already added will be almost enough to complete this floor. And sure, they'll get changed as I go along and play through them. But at least conceptually, this floor will be done. I definitely dream of actually having the game done some year. Yes. It's actually pretty close to where it should be. Not completely there, but it's getting there. I know it's not. It's not even remotely close. I'm just dumb. Okay. Well, that's a thing too, you know? Sometimes I'm just dumb. Getting close. Be a lot faster moving just the individual rooms, of course. Where's the fun in that, right? Around there, but I don't like it. I wanted to select everything. Instead, it's a move elements thing that it wants to undo, and it won't undo the select. It's tempting to just hold it down a little longer, but if you do that, you run the risk of it just flying off the world too, so. Is that where I want it to be? It's close. Are we at the right height though, is the question. I don't think we are. Not at all. Also, it clearly needs to come farther in too. No, maybe it doesn't. It sort of does. Do a quick save just so things are in the right locations. So just in case the thing crashes and I gotta move it all again. Still gotta move things forever, but you know. Not the worst. Let's create some new walls, but that's okay. Those walls didn't exist in the first place. So I'm not out much. Other than the rich and creamy knowledge that I could have probably skipped everything I was doing up there, but I did lead to some new rooms. Okay, that's just weird. I did get some new rooms, so, you know. I managed to select a freaking spline. With everything else selected, that's obnoxious. Because that thing is right by one of those. There's splines everywhere. They're like landmines, really. We do spline landmines. Could do the hermit that way, where I just do like spline behind the player that moves with him, I guess. Seems like a lot more effort than just, you know, aiming at a spot behind the player. That ability. I do have a plan for it though. I'll probably snag it out of my other prototype game that I made like a brief thing on. Or maybe I'll just make it again myself though. I'd have to figure out the calculations again, and I hate doing math a second time. Because it means I just have to look it up because I don't know the math. I'm only pretending like I know the math. But I do not. Some of these tracks, terrible. I come to the conclusion I really don't like slow music very often. Like right now. Because it already seems slow enough moving this crap. Without it playing some music talking about, you know, it just being a slow music. Nah, man, nah. If I gotta move something this slowly, I'd rather like some like Darude Sandstorm be playing or something just nice and obnoxiously fast. To counterbalance the fact that clearly this ain't moving very quick. I guess look at it this way, if I had to move 827 actors individually, it would probably move a lot slower than this, so It's not like I feel like I'm out a whole lot. Except when I accidentally click a spline. That part sucks, but... We close? I'm getting there. You can see how many splines I can accidentally click too, quite a few. Now you're too tall. Damn. When you don't click for long enough, it clicks a spline. It's annoying. There we go. That's pretty close to perfect. This leads right into here, perfect. This is once again connected right up perfectly to fall into there, everything I want. Water underneath here is now perfect again. Now goes out into this room, but this room is now way too tall, but that's fine, I don't care. I might not have the same underwater area I was planning for this. Because now I gotta move the lunar room and that into here. Tomato Village got to be moved over. Where's Tomato Village going? I don't know. I'm just going to go ahead and grab an extra one of these and slide it over. Act as a holder until I know where I'm going with it. I don't know yet, so it's fine. And a bunch of walls got left behind. That's unfortunate. Like all the stuff that designed up all the walls around here, I guess, which would have probably ended right here, so this is where I originally ended it, so. I have a water area under there. Am I keeping this the same fort? I mean, I guess there was water down here, and that was originally going to be where that ended there. And I probably do away with this moonlit garden, actually the secret garden thing. Especially because it's now in the machinery room, and that's kind of weird. If I do away with it, I mean, I'm just going to move it out of the way, but... Like, I don't really know where it's going yet, but I'm pretty certain inside the machinery room is most dirt. It's definitely not where it is going. Oh, it was going to be a big room. Guess I can move it over in this general vicinity. Is that where we're going with it? I don't know. So let's see how this connects here, because we have machine room and this connects into kitchen room. So there is an actual pathway here that can be set up to work. Am I putting water down here? This wall does not need to be where it's at either. It could also be a much bigger room. Or this could be a weird little hallway instead. Comes down to the order I want this to be played in. Because now you're entering into the Hidden Grotto. As before. I think everything needs to go over some, actually. That's what I'm seeing. Right here. This ain't close enough. Okay, okay. I'm seeing it, I'm seeing it. Plan. Is it a good plan? How about that? It's a plan. Of course, it's all my plans are always great and work out perfectly every time, which is not a problem. I think having a pirate room would be pretty cool, so I think I want to make that more of a highlight. And people probably thought we were past the slow moving. Huh. How foolish of you to assume such a thing. That means the new underwater area will be over here. I was gonna make it like the last boss area, but I don't really think it's gonna be the case anymore. I'm not supposed to be my boss for this area. Thanks for the follow, Echo Supreme. You're just in time to see me slowly move this stuff over because I'm copying something from another one of my levels in. How's your day going? Hopefully better than this. Just see the, like, you know, the whole meme of I'm not going slow. Pretty much. There's the sloth from I don't even know what there's that sloth meme going on. I don't even know what the sloth's from. I am uncultured in the way of memes. I have failed. Oh no. The world hath ended. Alright, it's just about there. Slow and steady won the race. Real slow, not steady. I no longer need this because I'm not going to be using this room like that. I am probably walling this room off and then making it where it's going to be an area you have to sneak into once you have the Emperor. Like a giant pool underneath there. Probably keeping this set up again. This is kind of priced into having a waterfall because the water exits out here. I had a whole setup for the water figured out. Originally there was a pool here and that was how the little pirate room went about existing, but I don't know how much I want to keep it. And there's this weird fort room, which is not ideal. So we're gonna cram that somewhere else. I really think I want the Pirate City to be something major. Also, the Lunar Room needs to be something pretty major too. Let's grab the Lunar Room since it'll move the easiest. I can't imagine it'd be hard to move this thing. There's barely anything in it. Figure out where it's going. Because you're getting the Moon Tarot in it, this will dictate how fast I want to use the Moon Tarot for abilities. With like this corner being, you're going to enter into this room. There'll be a wall here because there's no way the H load's going to let me do anything else. And a wall here, and there'll be an exit through here and or maybe just here. Could move the Tomato Village over and have the pirate thingy be here. But you're probably not getting into this area very quickly because the Safari Room doesn't. You don't get the key into this area very easily. You're gonna get the key to here first, right? I mean, I guess technically that doesn't have to be the case. All along, I mean, I just had this as an extra door here because I was like, well, that's kind of there just in case I want an extra way down, but. This is another way that's already preset and ready to go. But from a design perspective, that could be handy. Which side's the moon on? That'll probably help too. I mean, I guess I could move the moon too. It's not that hard to move it, but... The moon is... Where moon? Moon over there, okay. So right over where Little Tomato Village is. I could move the Tomato Village over to a corner. I guess I want to give the Moon Terror out pretty soon in this because it's a fun little toy to have. So I guess I could design this floor to go in a loop like this, just going like this direction around and all the way around like this and then over. Maybe even like this through here. And then back this way over here and then make the last area right here. You have a micro pirate village right here. I pretty much forsake the whole underwater idea for that area though. To be honest, I should almost forsake the underwater idea entirely anyway because it's so half-baked, I think is the term we're looking for. Yeah. Well, I guess I gotta move the moon over to that side if that's the case, because I want the moon to be on this room, so... It's in the Tomato Village, really? I guess it's fair. Move this to the Lunar Room. Look it again. A lot of stuff in the Lunar Room. Wait, why aren't these in the Lunar Room? Good for it, but what about these ones? I guess it's clicked, okay. Well, Tomato Village can go farther over, I guess. The Lunar Room could actually go right there. I didn't grab all the walls, but I can actually pull the walls with me too. But I can move both these over at the same time. I don't hate that idea. the jungle fort. More slow moving. Perfect, perfect. My day is complete with slow moving. Was it? Cool. That's good. I'd be sad if it looked worse. Like, it looks like garbage, put it all back. Okay. Worst deal ever. Yeah, sometimes you have to realize that an idea is a bad one. And you're probably thinking, but hey, why is he still doing game dev? Quiet you. Yeah, I put it back in themselves. Let me just edit in the ability to do that. That'll go fine. It'll be good. What could go wrong? A whole bunch of stuff that wasn't in the room, so I'm about to go grab it, drag it back over here. I'll probably just delete everything that was currently set up there and go from there. Ah, yes. These cubes aren't going to force themselves. They need your help. This is a true story. Yes. Select all descendants. Clicky, 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 select descendants. Yep. Cube's not taking your crap no more. Cube's forcing back. Yeah. Fight the death power, right? Those assets aren't going to be bossed around anymore. Now's their time. Yeah? What'd you make? Get in this building, damn it. Trying to cram everything in. Get in the building. Get in it. Right. In the building. Don't let the cube touch the floor? Oh my god. Playing hacky sack with a cube. Or I guess, volleyball as well. Be like an idler where you have to click just to make the character, you know, bounce it off the head at the right time. Create a hacky sack. Or actually, I've seen soccer balls too do that, so. Ah. Well, you should definitely toss it in. When in doubt, use all the best ideas. This does not have the amount of space it once did. I don't know. I definitely seem. Did I spread this out? Huh. I guess underneath here I had a lot more room than I thought. And this is just higher up now. And I don't know if I want to higher up. Maybe I move back down. I do kind of want the pirate to be something different though. This could just be a pool, I guess. Hmm. Right, because I mean, I want it to be down here where the water falls into here. That's cooler. You see how much this area is just kind of already filled up by just stuff that already exists. Like I made all this extra crap, and yeah. Why would you delete the code? It's a whole game mechanic. Just because it exists in real life doesn't mean it's not, like, you know, can't put it in a game. But I do. Over here making us. So I gotta grab some walls from the other map. I think I just delete the other crap and just run with what's here. And I'm gonna age load everything so it goes much faster. I probably just remove these giant pipes up here because, you know, whatever. I mean, they can get moved down temporarily, I guess. I don't know. I was gonna say, there's no way this takes a long time to move these down. Come on. They're pipes. Doesn't really make sense with where they're currently at. They can just sit there for now. We'll deal with it later. I might just put weird things on top of this building that are just, you know, scenic, so they just look kind of cool, but you're never going to see the building from this direction, probably, so I don't even know how necessary that is. And the fact that it's definitely all glass around that midsection, I knew that would look cool. And this is just sticking out because I don't have the right floor made yet. I could turn this into a giant garden, too. Instead of just having a small little garden. Take Tomato Village and move it somewhere. I don't know where, but somewhere. It can easily be over in the corner, too. Ain't nothing stopping it. Of course, this room is set up to go directly into that room. But it doesn't gotta be. Also, Tomato Village has an exit down here, or what it did anyway. Let's go to the other map and grab a bunch of crap. I just want to save it. I don't want to save it in the current level specifically, but thank you for that. Say the other map is a junk map. I have a little backup project, so I can junk this project all I want, and it doesn't matter. So, yeah, this whole area up here was just, this was just dumb. This was so ambitious. That's okay. I do a lot of dumb. All the time. Bye-bye. This is all the stuff that didn't get included. I'm just saying. It was a lot of crap. And I kind of wanted most of it. At least I thought I wanted most of it. You know? Like, it seemed like it would have been handy. But instead I just kind of left it. Like a weirdo. Yeah. Yeah, see, yeah. Weirdo. Yeah. Alright, well, what's not inside the Whimsy Wonders box? Honestly, there's a bunch of stuff that's not where it's supposed to be. That's interesting. Those weren't from this room. I could just have all missing stuff too. Just grab everything, missing stuff. This way I don't have to click everything again. I'll just get everything from these rooms here. And then just start fresh. Isn't the missing stuff? I don't remember if it was, but we'll check. Nope, it already is. Cool. Good for it. One tomato has escaped again. It's the kind of crap I gotta deal with. That one tomato just... It's like, nah, man. I'm going somewhere else. Tomatoes are naturally rebellious by nature, I understand. Broccoli would have gone along just fine. And not the tomatoes. Nope. Maybe this room's just a little outhouse or something. I don't know what it is. I'm just taking it with. Taking it all with. Oh yeah. It's not bolted down, it's getting moved. I tried to do that all once. Yeah, doing away with this room is pretty good, because this room was a problem child. Like, I had no idea what I was doing with it. And now I don't have to have an idea. I just get to do whatever I want. That's cool. Ah yes, my slavery cages. Very important. All slavery is alive and well. I mean, to be fair, you basically did just, you know, you do own them. If they are a living thing, that would be basically slavery. They live and die by your hand? Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh, I missed this one. I need this, and this, and these. Those. And those. These two. I'm pretty certain I already have this wall in this room, but let me double check. I might. Oh, I got this wall already. That should be everything. All the stuff that got left behind. Barrett, I don't care anymore about this map. I have backup. Yeah, this was just a huge thing that just needed to be. Also kind of like a little castle. Yeah, pretty much. I'm gonna end up shrinking them down, chopping them up. That was one of the things I was so worried about. I was like, these rooms are massive, and they're all massive, and there's like 2 floors worth of things here. Like, it's gonna be the safari room all over, except for every room is gonna be that room, and I think it loses something if every room is ginormous, so. I'm not a big fan. The whole, the other thing here, I guess we just click paste and move them. I'll probably put them at about the right height, or it'll put them up there. That's like the right height, I think. Well, I guess I didn't copy paste everything. I copied only the other stuff. Oh, please. Also, to be fair, they're right. They would be up there. I gotta select all the assets from the other map and then go back and do it. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking that I need to start thinking a lot smaller with my rooms. Giant rooms are unnecessary a lot of the time. They should be used sparingly. Like, medium-sized rooms are probably better. Tiny rooms, debatable, but it's a lot. Interesting. Well, that would explain why moving my stuff's really a big pain, isn't it? All my stuff scaled to stupid. Just saying. A lot of them are scaled to about 8. I wish I tried to make Poppet just actually small and just made everything normal size. It probably would have been way more performant. But then to be fair, Unreal doesn't like tiny characters very much, so. Lots of problems with collisions not being very good. Stuff's just too small at that size. Gotta think a little larger. Unreal's gonna be like, nah, man, nah. Not doing it. Not too often. I mean, sometimes. Some things they got to move. Got to move. Guess I could individually break these up and put them where I want now. Just leave them above the building and drag them down. That's fair. I don't need to drag them all down at once because I'm not sure where everything's going to go. In hindsight, I should have actually just clicked paste instead of trying to paste here, because I could have just dragged it all straight down to where I wanted. In hindsight, that would have been real smart. Just saying. Guess I forgot to grab the little bit there. Sure. Okay, whatever. Oh no, flooding. Right about here. I just kind of steal everything. I'm gonna probably move the walls in or mess with them a bit, so that's why I'm not too worried about getting everything right next to the walls. Move this to the lunar room. Seems a pretty not good. It seems a pretty too high. It's actually where it should be. Roughly. Why do I have the lights off? What am I, retarded? Stupid. Can't see anything. Oh, I can't move things in dark. Nice, smart. Yeah, I could just move this down and then cram all this over too. That's an idea. Wouldn't be a bad decision. Just forego the underwater concept that I had going on there. And then if I did that, I'd probably take this concept here and just put it underneath here. As like a way to stop you from going down there into this area and make this like a hidden area. I don't hate that at all. I might want it in two areas though, so I'm just gonna grab it and paste it. That's right, I have almost no geometry brushes on the level, so this is actually pretty fast. And I probably split this into two separate pools, to be completely honest. Yeah. This was a change I contemplated doing before I moved everything up. Because I was like, you know, the H-load is a very real problem. I would be wise to accommodate for it by reducing just how far things really have to load from. What that? Oh. Let's see. Well, that's just slightly too much. 1.2. The problems? No problem. So yeah, now you sneak into here. Look, there's even a little, like, you know, thing going on here. Eventually I move that over, but I don't really care right now on that. That's not a big deal to me. It just needs to block the wall, not the water. Water already blocks. Yeah, this should drastically speed up the game. Not like make the game faster as far as, you know, how it runs, but speed it up and getting it done. And if it doesn't, well, that's awkward. Also, this wall just doesn't quite connect there. But I'm probably going to move these walls in more, so I'm not too worried about it. Just got to get the concept in place. Should be behind the waterfall. Just got to pass behind the waterfall in order to get there? Yeah. I hope everyone's paying attention where these secrets are at, because, you know, when you go to play the game, ain't no one gonna tell you there's a secret way past this waterfall. Oh, between you and me, I'm helping you guys cheat, so, you know, it's okay. You can do what the dev said, so that's fine. Yeah, this floor might all be almost nearly done by the time I'm And all these things here. So at least tomato room. I'm gonna keep the tomato room where it's at. I don't even know, maybe. I mean, it already connects here pretty well, and it connects everywhere. It doesn't really serve any function yet, which is a problem. It was initially right next to where the looter room was. But this whole weird walkway between might be replaced by other crap anyway. I gotta be real careful about these double story things. One, there are a lot of stuff. Two, it's just, I don't know, I mean, like, Poppet's tiny, so it's really kind of not that fun for her to be. It's okay sometimes, like, but you really want to limit how often. Also, this just needs to be shrunk down, as they say. My effort to build the perfect floor with all this stuff here. But yeah, actually, like, I'll need to figure out what to do with this area and this area, but if that's the case, like, and I probably have like a pirate area here, maybe, or go back to that. If I get rid of this floor here, I can have a big, or this door here, I can have a big pirate area, which I might do. Doesn't need to be there. Huh. Migrate these down. There it is. Here's an idea of just how big her pentagram thingy is. Huge. Kinda has to be though. Most of the room. Can't use it as a battlefield, it's not huge. We can just be kind of lame. Oh. Guess let's move this to the Whimsy Wonders exterior. Not the exterior, but I don't think the walls and everything really need to be included in the each of the individual rooms, because I might want to move them later, and I don't know, it just seems to be kind of awkward and weird. But we fixing stuff. These unholy abominations here that I made. We're not made out of splines. Disgusting. Imagine not using splines. Also, splines move very slowly, by the way. Oh, wait. Never mind, we'll just move all splines. It's fine. Let's head and grab the water, huh? I'll do that in the underwater post processes again. Damn. Should match these up because these are the things that are easiest to match. It's pretty close. Needs to be over a little bit, I think. Does it? Maybe not, because those things weren't really that far over anyway. Yeah, it does, because that would normally have connected, so clearly these need to be over a little bit. Probably just underneath there is probably where I had them. About like that. This wall's a little closer than the other one was. It's fine. Like that mostly. Pretty good. I guess I missed this part too. Oh no. Or do that. Let me move these to the Moonlit Garden. Otherwise I gotta try to find them again. Not sorry, to the tomato village room. Otherwise I gotta find them again. I would rather not do that. Yeah, I probably don't want this many super tall rooms. Well, that's probably why I was doing a lot of the water, because I figured I'd have an area under the water. Oh. But that's effectively like 2 different floors, though. Because I hand out the Emperor like pretty much last. I guess I could do this over here and have this like a sunken depths type of thing. If that's the case, maybe I don't have walls down here. You're definitely getting there. So this wall was originally connected to here, so that changes a lot. Now I'm going to do these things. Too tall. You can always move these up in this room though, so it's not a big deal. This is originally set up to do that. And this was like a way around that went into here, so if I did that, made this a smaller little pirate area, that's fine. I actually have multiple pirate areas too. Originally this had a singular roof over the whole thing, so now it wouldn't have that. It would have its own separate little areas. I don't know if I like that better. Guess I forgot a thing. Oh well. I have to basically have a thing here to do that if I want to make that a thing. I mean, technically, you could build the city up farther up here if I want on this side. I just want a wall to stop all this from being a thing, because... H load, I guess? Well, this kind of neat to have an area you can look down. So this was originally one giant room. Like the secret garden on top. Well, let's say I get rid of that. Make this whole area here like a pirate thingy. Do I do that? You go off in the water, and there's not much area underneath, I guess. It's kind of like a little underwater world, I guess, if you want, but... It'd be interesting. A whole bunch of pirate stuff that didn't get moved down yet. Yeah, let's just move things down and see where it ends up, right? Well, I don't even need that. Not one of those, what's the worst that happens things, you know? Like, okay. Maybe it doesn't work out. Well, maybe it does. I'm not still selecting those, am I? Double checking. I'm a little dragging thing. And here I was thinking of doing AI stuff today, but I just had this idea that had to be done. I think I should just go farther down than this, actually. This originally had stairs up. Or underwater. Something closer to that. This is supposed to be the beginning of a new pathway thing. I think I should line this up because that was like an easy place to match it to. Okay. Get rid of the smoke in this room. Well, let's say I get rid of this door entirely. Like, I don't think I really like it anyway. Now the question becomes, first off, this is like, I have two of these that I could actually move, so I don't really need to keep what I'm doing here. Oh wait. When did I last have all those selected? That's what I wanted. Move these to the other room. I think I just put in the Pirate City. Yeah, Pirate City, yeah. I don't know if I'm keeping that bridge at all because I don't know if I need it, but I could technically put the bridge into here. I kind of already have a bridge setup going on with a bunch of other crap, so I don't think I need it. You can already kind of get across these things, so I just kind of tweak what's already here. Is that the plan? Or like 3 different exits out of this room? Oh. Gotta move the water down no matter what. Originally the water was at this level. If I push this all the way over that wall there, ditch the lower floors. We're getting there. It's gonna take a lot to get this to where it needs to be because these are sticking through the ceiling here, so that's a problem. Then we got a little pirate entrance here, but clearly that ain't happening. Let's move it down some, which I could do. Where does this even go? Important to note, this is if I'm getting rid of this, replacing this with just a wall. That means this goes basically nowhere unless I have a hole in this wall here. I think I'd want to move this over this, include this portion of the room. And then I'd obviously shrink these walls down to fit the rest of it. Or potentially just raise it up like this. Not really fitting though because of that, but yeah, it would definitely be something like that, blocking this off. Getting back to that, then having this exit to the living room. And then I'd have to make a pathway that does that. Well, actually, technically there's already a pathway. There's no pathway up to here though. If I have an exit out of that room, do I even have an exit out of the room? I guess I could. Depends on what room's in this one, because I don't even know on this one yet. This room has no idea. But I've kind of ran out of already pre-built room ideas, from what I can tell. Right? This bridge thingy could actually go in like the loaner room or something if I want it to keep it. It's actually got the lake in there. I actually wasn't even interested in doing level design today. I was like, nah, I'm good. Clearly I was not good. Clearly I needed to do some level design. Just wasn't happy otherwise, apparently. Come on, click off it. Click on it so I can duplicate it. Know where it's going, but something will be happening there. Reverse X, one side already says what I want on it. Hey Samuel, how's it going? I'm making a bunch of changes. Put this plant here, plant it right there. Don't know why. Yeah, okay. Pretty good for me in general, so that's just all I ever hope for anymore. I got it in my head that I didn't want these top floors to exist and instead decided to make the middle section those, so I'm redesigning. Also, this is just sticking out here, but you know, whatever. Yeah. As I was telling everyone else, there's a few reasons why. The first is that it makes no sense for Charlotte to be anywhere but the highest point she can possibly be in the building. Just for story reasons, she wouldn't want to be anywhere. She wouldn't want a room to be anywhere else. It didn't make a lot of sense to have like an area that you weren't supposed to go into full of a lot of weird things that you had to pass through in order to get to this area up here that was supposed to have all these different, like, you know, water attractions, which seems kind of weird. Like, they're just being bizarre. The next was that the scope of the game was just getting out of control. I mean, like, I didn't need 2 extra floors. It took me like months to get a floor and a half done. So, like, 2 more floors means what, like an extra 4 or 5 months of dev time? That's gonna help. There was a bunch of floors up here that, a bunch of rooms up here that had no purpose. There were no meaning. Like this room here was going to be a thing. And then it basically served the function of what this one already had been done, except for this one went down. I just added a way up and basically would have to make another one of these floors. And it's like, but why? Well, thanks for the raid, Nerdy Punk Dev. How'd stream go? Welcome in, raiders and all that. Interesting time to see the beginnings and of me changing the whole layout of the place. Yeah. Wait, that's not good. Where's that good? That might be good. I'm not certain that that's good. It's something now. Okay, I'm going through and adjusting everything, and this is all the stuff that hasn't found its way back to where it's supposed to be yet. By the time we're done, I've replaced these 2 floors with like glassed-in floors and all these craziness going on here, which is probably cooler in some areas than others. Of course, there's no wall here, and I didn't have enough areas figured out yet, but, you know, I'm building them as I go. Yes. Yes, indeed. I had everything copied over into a different map, but now I need to move everything back into place. I grabbed some of the stuff. Just not all of it. Just some of it. Yeah. Now I'm like, well, about that. Should probably get the rest of it. Cameron's here if I hold shift while doing this. Oops. I'll put all these in the right room so I don't have this problem here, because I don't want to have to figure out where things are going. This makes sense to put the tomato where it's supposed to be. Ever question the tomato? Right here. Thanks, Ammo. Yeah, I think it'll be a lot better. It just makes a lot more sense, because I had a plan, and then I decided that plan was somehow terrible or something, and that I needed to just make the plan much, much, much less coherent and larger. And That's not a good idea. I don't really think that's where I was looking to be in this game. I think the game's already bloated enough and doesn't need to be any more bloated than it already is. You know, like, I can accept that I might have been mistaken in this being a good plan. Oh, actually, I wanted this to block that off, didn't I? Gotta block off lower, that's right. So this needs to be much lighter. This could be like a 1. I mean, I can make my own new walls for these, which I'll probably end up doing. I just, you know, wanna... I'm just using these ones to kind of lay out stuff, because, well... it's hard to envision things without actually seeing something kind of laid out. I do a lot of changes and improvements quite often. It's just I do what the other devs don't do. Just work on the game. I spend a lot of time working on the game. A lot gets done because I spend a lot of time working on the game. Secret to my success. I could actually just expand this pool out too. I'm gonna make 2 different pools here, I think. Oh, PlayStation by ourselves? Not really. Guess I could show you some stuff. I mean, it's going to be kind of laggy due to the fact that I'm currently moving a bunch of crap, so I apologize for that. But, you know. Do a quick little combat tutorial of sorts here. Close up some extra windows so that I don't hate myself too hard when trying to do this. So pardon the frame rate. I gotta H-load a bunch of things and I just moved a million things on the map, so it'll probably be a crawl. Maybe. We'll see. So, this is Poppet Quest. The main mechanic of the game is if you're in the dark, you lose sanity, but you gain curse power. It's just for dodging. If your sanity ever hits 0, you die. But if you go out to the light, you get your sanity back, you just don't gain any curse power, which is what powers all the dolls, and it powers all your abilities. Use tarot cards for abilities. I'm letting, this is the insanity effect. As your sanity drains, it starts to get worse and worse. I'll let it run just so you can see. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Once your sanity gets above about 60, that goes away. Your invincibility frames are just a little bit longer than I want. There's not a nav mesh down. I guess I could put one down real fast. Let me put a nav mesh down so the enemies can actually fight back. Not very fun if the enemies can't do anything. Right? Or maybe it is. Maybe people just enjoy watching them do nothing. In which case, that's weird. But I guess idle clickers exist, and that's basically the equivalent of doing nothing, so... Oh, thanks. That looks good, yeah. Thank you, thank you. Nav mesh is down, right? Good. I have lots of abilities. Nice. This is Temperance. It's a bubble wand. It has the best hat. That's all you need to know about Temperance. It has the best hat. It also bubbles things. He died. They will eventually break out of the bubbles, but if you just keep hitting them, they'll eventually, Oh, he's sliding around. I thought I fixed that bug. I have been summarily mocked by that thing. It's not very effective against these things. It does float them up in the air. I probably need to fix that because if they float, they can't come back down. Because I don't think they can, because they don't actually move. That's true. I'm gonna bonk it. Can I even hit you? He's using me with a cannon with him try. You suck, stop shooting me with your cannon. It's pretty hard to hit him up there. Apparently the thing does not have a very good hit above. Okay, you know what? I have double jump enabled. The cannon is awful. I can't hit it. You shoot me with a cannon and my shots. Whatever. That's fair. This is the Empress. It acts like Bomberman. The blue mushrooms heal, and the red mushrooms deal damage to anything nearby. Once they count to 10, they're active, and they heal you, and also heal the enemies. Really? This one's one of the new ones I'm working on. The Moon Tarot. Its ability is that it makes illusionary copies of you that just dance around. And then you can detonate them. You guys remind me of Alice in Wonderland? Alice Madness Returns is definitely one of the inspirations, so whenever anyone says that, I'm always excited because, well, it means I've done good. This doesn't have a cost to it yet, so it's kind of overpowered until it does. But I think I made it like 4 or 5 days ago and haven't done much with it since. There's traversal abilities too, which I'll get to those in a second. This is a star. It trades sanity for health. And health for sanity is its other ability. I'm doing all the major arcana, so each one's gonna have 3 abilities. Probably. That's the current belief. Oh, this is just blueprints. I want my project to get done someday, so you know, we don't use C++. This is the Hierophant. There's all these cursed things, and also possessed objects, and they'll behave as long as the Hierophant's active. They can also just jump really badly too. Drain's cursed, so you do have to keep moving. You can't really stay in the dark for long in this game. You have to go in the dark in order to gain power, so without it, you're kind of worthless.
creepy doll in case. Just cause. Well, the Fool also has the ability to grow large. If you have curse for it anyway. Guess I don't. Yep. It's my Annabelle reference. It's the same thing that's written on the Annabelle case in the Warren Museum. Yeah. There's a bunch of other rooms too. I just was showing off the various abilities, but the magician can do things like pick up objects and throw them. Small objects. Pick up friendly toys too. And also manipulate cupboards, drawers, turn on lights, open doors if you have the key. Oh, it can manipulate the door handle anyway. Yeah, it'll run insanely smoother when I H-load everything, because right now it's loading a million objects it doesn't need to load because they're not in the H-load, since I just copy-pasted like 1,000 objects from the other level. But yeah. It's a little sticky and weird. I don't like it. You can also open windows if they're not blocked. You can't leave the building. You have to stay attached to it, otherwise you die because you're powered by the curse on the building. So I need to H-load the city too, apparently, because it's not currently loading most of it. I'm on an optimization kick at the moment, so you know, it's gonna be a minute to fix all the stuff, but yeah. I'll blow them up. Try to blow them up. Come here, boys. Yeah, that one. Okay, the Empress isn't very good for this fighting area. It's too small of an area. It does blow you up too, so good to note. Yeah, a lot of the really active weapons are pretty trash for close quarters. I need another close quarter weapon, I think. I didn't realize it. I mean, the Fool's basically the main close quarter weapon so far. Maybe Death can be a close quarter weapon. I have it in, like, I have the outfit for it, but it doesn't really do anything yet. Like, I have the outfit for Death. It's like cool looking, but got a big old scythe and everything. Probably gotta not keep the cards on them, but so it doesn't do anything so far. Like, it just doesn't. Yeah. I'll show another mechanic here, and it would take probably about like 25 minutes to get to this point, which is why I'm just jumping around and showing mechanics. It takes about an hour and a half to beat everything, and that I currently have. I've had to take as long as 2 hours depending upon how things went, but and I know where to go. Oh. Now when you do this, you get to look outside. This is the first time I've seen this room with baths in there now. That's cool. I mean, it's not connected very well yet because I just put those in, so, you know, ignore that. And the Emperor's Corrosion shrinks mushrooms, or just plants in general. Water kills Poppet, though there is a terror that protects against it. There'll be underwater areas later. Oh yeah, it's definitely gotten better. But it can get a lot better as soon as I H-load everything. Fiendpunk Shark that gets stuck right there for some reason. Why? He's doing his thing. Might use him as a little submarine or something. I definitely like that now you get to look outside for this, because, you know, that was not the thing before, and now it is. Oh, I don't know, quite a few, I imagine. Too many. Yeah, like 1,100 something. Way too many. Anything that I recently added doesn't get added to the H load. I have to do it myself, and it hasn't been done yet, so. And then I got to rebuild the H load, so it'll be much smoother as soon as it does all that. It's still not loading as many as I thought, so I think some of the objects that copied over actually have an H load, but they have the wrong H load because they have the one for the other level and not this one. Unless I never changed it. It's possible I never changed it, in which case they'd be fine. But everything I merged together, that never got H loaded, so all the merged actors are just there, and that's where probably the extra 300 plus actors are currently at. Yeah, you get an idea on this one here. That's probably all I need for this anyway. H load is... have you noticed when you see things like loading off in the distance and you get too far from them and they unload? That's the H load. It's like it's basically like a bubble around the player that loads that distance out. And the greater the distance, the farther you can load things. But of course, that's more things loaded into memory. Thanks for the follow, Genki Devs. Didn't notice as you were doing that, but yeah, that's kind of a lot of it going on right now. So I need to go through like this, and I am, but Nanite doesn't make it free. Like, it's helpful, but it's still loading things. It's not free. It's not the same. And Nanite also doesn't work for glass or anything like that, whereas the H load does. The H load works for everything. It's just and everything. So you kind of use both, but the H load's for open worlds because Nanite's real good, but if you're loading a huge open world all at once, that's just going to cause some problems, right? And make no mistake, this level is considerably bigger than you think it is. Like this city block here is bigger than the open world map, the default open world map, by a good amount. So it's much bigger than you think. It just doesn't look like it because all the stuff here makes it look like it's not. Since it's been giant sized, you don't realize how ludicrous things truly are until you put Poppet next to it and realize Poppet's a normal sized character. And then you see these things just towering over her, and it's like, right. Right? Because Poppet's like a normal sized character, and you just see her standing by a curb here, and you're like, oh, okay. So then you realize how big everything truly has been blown up to. And that's the H load in action up there. You notice you can't see anything in there because none of it's H loaded. When it's all in the H load, it's totally not to. And I can't get close enough to load it because it's in there like that. But all this stuff up front should probably do the same thing. Do the H load in action? That's the H load, where it's like the things aren't loaded, and as they get closer, they're loaded in. Loaded objects tooltip? You mean like the H load thing here? It's under world settings, containing grids, and then the various grids. I have two grids: a city grid, which is, you know, all the big stuff so you can see things, and the main grid that has, you know, the stuff in the game that it's kind of going to be not that important to have loaded all the time. There's a bunch of stuff that needs to be dealt with. All these buildings here need to be H loaded. Move these to the city. I'm just gonna do this one individually because I don't want to have to do extra clickies. Actually, to be fair, most of these are probably... Like, I should have been more careful about putting these in the city in the first place. This is what should have happened, but I didn't.
And now my punishment is that I must go through and put them in the city. Like all these blimps need to go in the city. Honestly, this whole thing here needs to go in the city. This does not H-load it. What it's doing is it's just putting it in a place where I can easily H-load just the city stuff, which is what I often do. I don't do it all at once because I'm not crazy. Hot air balloons. I bet you these Moonlit Garden ceiling pipes need to be in there too. Yeah. Maybe not. Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't want the side ones per se. But everything else, it's... Honestly, I don't think I want anything from the Whimsy Wonders building in there. I think all those kept separate. Not that I think I even care about those top pipes. I'm probably going to get rid of them. Because they don't... You can never see them. And anything you can never see, I really should probably think carefully about how badly I want it, you know? Like, looking good for me isn't exactly that beneficial. Like, it's fine, but... I keep the edge ones, that's true. I do want the edge ones, because you can see that. The rest of these can just go away. For optimization purposes, no reason not to. I think these planter boxes are actually outside too in the city. I went back and redid all them so that they were singular. Those to the city. Yeah, it's going to kick the music on for this because it's going to take a moment to do all this crap, but it will vastly improve things. It's tedious, but optimization usually is tedious. There's very few points where I'm like, man, optimization is the most fun ever. I guess there's some appeal to it, that's true. Seeing everything run better is definitely nice. And then the rest of these things are all gonna go probably on top on the thingy in here. Actually, most of these are the exterior building, which I'm probably gonna get rid of anyway. Not get rid of, but I mean... Yeah, because I put all these merged meshes in here. So everything I merged is you're going to see just appear out here, and I got to go and redo it all. I'll just move this into Whimsy Wonders, it's fine. It's part of the building. I believe that's just about everything except for some point lights, but point lights don't get H-loaded, so I don't think they do. They might. I added in a bunch of lights because I was worried about being able to see. That's not a thing anymore. This just gets moved to the new life room. Type it. What? Are you somehow in that room? You can't be. It's not possible because you're literally out there. I don't know why it wouldn't let me do this, but sure, there you go. Alright. Now with all that done, we will save, so I don't have to do that again. I go up to the city, and I'm just going to tell it, I want everything selected. Under H load here, I got to pick the layer for this map. And I use the instancing one, yeah. Fluid actor and H load is spatially loaded. Runtime grid here. City grid. Wait. That's right, yeah, okay. Just double checking. The nav mesh just needs to go away because I'm gonna have to do some things like this.
Why is this not in the Safari room? The recast nav can stay exactly where it is. I don't care. They have all that crap. Is it crashes, which it does like to do when you do things like this, especially when I do this. And like I say, it's got the wrong thingies, and it's gonna be kind of a mess. Shadow Dark H, there's that one there. Takes forever to do that because it has to apply it to 2,875 actors. Don't worry, we're gonna have multiple forevers to deal with here. So I gotta change the runtime grid, and then I gotta uncheck spatial load and recheck it so they're all marked as spatially loaded. Then there's a trigger box I'll need to remove from that because it's not supposed to be spatially loaded and will cause an error. I click both. Does it work? Can I cheat like that? Get the double. Save one load time. I imagine this is probably not the most exciting for people. Not the most exciting for me. It did work. Haha, suckers. Got out one of the wait times. I'm just gonna take a bio break while it does this one. More boring things to do. Tell it to save all that crap. Now for the last part. Actually, one last thing here I'm gonna do. There's a trigger box that I have had as an experiment forever. Do not include this actor in the H load. Do not include anything in the H load for this thing. Probably just delete it. Okay. Now we build the H load. Because until you do this, all that meant nothing. Nothing at all.
delete the previous one. Funny, I learned about the H-load because I had built it previously, and then it was just part of the build all. And then I go to play the level, and things would appear that weren't there in the editor. I was like, what the hell? What is this? And eventually I figured out that that's the H-load. It's just loading the stuff that it has in there. And just because you delete something in the editor doesn't mean it's gone forever, as long as the H-load has it. So I learned that, and I was like, oh, I see. I made a lot of dumb, like, and most of it's, you know, recorded on stream, so, you know, it's not like I ever get to get away from it. It's caught in 4K. Listen, someone's got to make the dumb mistakes so other people don't have to. I don't know if I really wanted that position in life. I probably could have get past that position and let someone else be that person. Oh, nice. YouTube's all saying, like, people are, you know, getting hooked on your channel. They've got like 2,000 watch hours in the last, you know, 24 days. Sorry, 28 days. Of course, to get monetized, I need like 700 more subs, so it doesn't really matter, but I guess I would rather have more of that than the other, right? Oh, wait, did I message you? No, okay. I was just me saying Discord. I'm at the farm YouTube subs or something. If I get close to 4,000 watch hours, I'll worry about it. I mean, you only need 4,000 watch hours a year or so. The fact that I have like 2,000 in the last 28 days says enough to everything I need to know right there. Many people are along for the ride from watching me make all the mistakes. I actually put this entire stream into a playlist on there, and it's 138 videos so far. This is the 139th. I put it on there. Just in case you want, I mean, each one can be as much like 8 to 10 hours long. Just in case you really want a whole lot of game dev. Maybe someone's slowly losing their mind. I don't know. It's got your back. Yes, it does. Alright. Let's drop a nav mesh and let's do whatever I just did there. I like dropping a nav mesh, sorta. 200? 220. Hit two twice, sure. I'll make a difference. Okay. Close out any other additional windows. Don't have anything to close out. Perfect. Wait, is that FPS? Where am I FPS count? Oh, I know where. I have Poppet set to disable all the messages. Because I got tired of the nanite messaging. Blah, 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 no nanite thing annoying me. That's literally what I hear when Unreal Engine tells me about the nanite stuff. Yes, I know that the nanite doesn't work for glass and everything like that. It's fine. I don't care. I don't gotta be told. I get it. Like, nope. I gotta tell you every time you walk by some glass. I'm like, fine. That's still not getting there too well. That's because this is open. We're getting a little better, but to be fair, I also unmerged all the walls, so I added a bunch of actors onto there. Oh, it's building the navigation. You know what? You finish that. You finish building that navigation. Are we cool now? You okay? You want to build it again? I forgot, if you drop it, then save. It builds it, and then if you save it, it builds it again. For reasons. Poppet's not open, so... Yeah, once everything's loaded, that's not too bad. I mean, you're sitting pretty high, all things considered.
especially because I need to re-merge the walls too, so. But seeing as how before this adventure I started with having, you know, 10 to 15 FPS, I think we can agree that there have been some serious improvements to the FPS, right? Just a couple? These little cannons don't always get hit by this, which is weird. But still. The chapel's gonna be a problem is for a while. That's because it has those big non-nanite meshes. These things here can't be nanited. And they're huge, so that causes some issues in here. They need to be repaired. There's also way too many enemies and the floating objects. I probably need to do some changes here. Like maybe removing lights from those objects. I don't know. There's a lot going on in this room. And it probably doesn't need to be this many, if I'm going to be completely honest. And it's still better than it was. It ain't great. Ain't no one gonna say it's great, but it's better than it was. That's something. Okay, like, I don't even know why I keep you in here. I guess there's some reason I kept you here all this time. I think it was an experiment that I was going to do a long time ago, and, you know, yeah. You just go ahead and you rebuild that H-load there, so you stop giving an error every time I launch the map, okay? I need to move that one to a not H-load. Like, I don't know, it's awkward because I want to H-load everything in there, but I also want to have this thing where I can keep track of which room everything is in. That's the nature of the trigger boxes. For some reason they hate being H-loaded because their level references them the whole time, and they're like, well, it's not always there. And they're right, it's not always there. That is true, but it's also not relevant because nowhere near it, so. But the editor will let you get away with that. When you package that game, you don't get to get away with that stuff. So the warnings do matter. The editor's just being a nice guy about it. The next thing, really? What now? Okay, it's just this spatially loaded actor. It's not even in the H load. You happy now? Just build them, it's fine. I am going to put story in the game eventually. That's the thing, is it takes like an hour and a half for me to beat an area without the story and knowing where to go, so it would be easily fair to say that area is going to take at least 2 hours for, you know, with the story and people not knowing. It'd be surprising if it took less. Even if you speed through the story, I still know where to go. I know where all the secrets are. You don't. I know how to fight all the enemies. You don't. So we probably gonna take longer. Played it a lot. I'm not even very good, but I still played it a lot, so I know where everything is. I also put it there. That probably helps. So probably I probably can make the assumption that every level will take about 2 hours.
If that takes an hour and a half. Maybe longer. Hopefully longer. If that's the case, 5 levels of this place will be like 10 hours. Which means I probably don't need 2 basement floors either. One's probably acceptable. That might happen, actually. I might cut down the basement to 1 floor. I probably am going to, actually. Today's about making certain that I hit that, you know, October 2026 release date. Why does this take so much longer than the other way? Interesting. I usually just delete them, but maybe building them is because when you delete them, it builds them too, but apparently building them takes longer. I should have deleted them. Maybe there's some difference in performance. I don't really tested it. Like, I mean, I've done both, but I never did an actual comparison test because I didn't care. At least not at the time. You know what's really sad is the regular levels in Unreal 4 ran a lot better than the open world levels doing this. Just saying. Movie 5 does not have as good a performance. That's because UE4 just everything in it required so much less. Also, the cloth physics were better. They were so much more performant. I miss those. I don't miss much else about UE4 because UE4 had a lot of problems too. And the retargeting system for animations is 1,000 times better in UE5. Megalights is pretty sweet too. And in defense of UE5 versus UE4, the game I was making in UE4 was during the daytime. It didn't have a million lights. It wasn't in a building with all these weird things to interact with. I did what so many people do. I made a little open world RPG thingy just to test it out. And learn what I really don't like about this huge open world. Walking places. Turns out you just spend so much time walking. You're just like, cool, great. Why is this taking forever? It's weird. Like, oh yeah, how long to get to the destination? Oh, it's gonna take you about 5 minutes. What do I do in the meantime? Well, maybe you randomly encounter something to fight. Or you just run the whole way. Cool. That's fun. No. No. I get your world's big, but I would rather it be small and more full of content. I might be in the minority on that one. I don't know. Sure. Okay, well, when I built this, I didn't think it was going to take as long. Maybe building it really is different. Maybe. Real engine. Build. This is the page slope. What mean? Apparently it takes way longer to build, and there's like... That's weird, because the other one says build anyway on it. Have I been using this wrong all along? Was I confused by the fact that it said build both times? I don't know how that could possibly be confusing. I mean, there's build and then there's build. Everyone know the difference? Okay, well, I didn't realize it'd take this long. I have many regrets right now. Many regrets indeed. 6 minutes and 41 seconds of regret. I'll just get some exercise while it's going on. I'll walk around a bit because I've been sitting for 4 hours anyway. Got a few times to use the restroom, but might be a minute. Everyone should get a drink or whatever because it might take a second. Alright, okay, that's just... I don't want to wait forever. We'll just go ahead and bypass this. I didn't think it would take that long, but we can live without it. I'll just do it off stream. Ain't nobody want to sit there for like 20 minutes or however long it's taken there to do those things. The H-Slid still works with or without that. It probably just has a much better performance when you actually bother to build it. Yeah, build canceled, you win. So anyway, screw all that. Yeah, I do like the building a lot better now with all those in there. One of the changes I'm going to make though is I already merged these and got them ready here. these are all linked together, so I can't just, you know, do anything particular with them. I can't just put them up there or something like that. So first off, let's get rid of that nav mesh because I don't want that going. I got tired of trying to figure out where to put the merge stuff, so I just made an A directory so I can easily just grab it and go. The plan now is to just kind of drag these over here so they don't take up as much stuff. No, I think there's gonna be a problem on the bottom of these so that people can see into them, I think. Maybe not if I put it directly on the pipes. Eventually I put them up higher. Is that what I'm doing? Maybe. Put something underneath these, basically. Nah, I just put something underneath it. Let's put a pipe underneath it or something. I didn't realize these actually went below the thing, but at least for purposes of this, it should work okay. I guess that's also not where it's supposed to be. How far over is this? Anyway. I guess it's anchored to the other side, sure. Whatever, it just goes in between, and I'll figure out what to do with the rest of this crap in a bit. Like I said, the main purpose of this was just to eliminate the stuff in front of the windows. Lurking? That's very helpful. Thank you. Lurking is always good. I don't know if I even want these gears here anymore. I'm just gonna get rid of them. I don't want them blocking the window. Initially I thought they were kind of cool, but I don't know, do you need the money from work or can you just mess around? In which case, hey game, you know? That's my theory, right? You don't need the money. Game dev has got your back. Oh wait, that sucks. Oh, game dev. Why are you so fun? Probably unhealthy levels of fun. I don't know if there's a probably involved with that, to be completely honest. I know some people do this for a job, like, you know, and for them it's the worst thing ever. I don't know how that can be, but sure. For me, I just really enjoy doing it. And I enjoy streaming, which is weird. For me, I would enjoy streaming. Here I am doing here I am things. That is not the way I thought you would go. Alright. But the real secret is I was actually really lazy earlier, and I just grabbed these and yanked them down. Because I was like, well, I'm not gonna do another one of these, there's no point. Well, it sort of was another point, you know? There was a point to doing this. I just... Listen. I didn't do it. Well, I did now. That's alright. I might as well get rid of all that crap. And then I'm gonna have to merge all these together too to
further optimized, so you know it's gonna be a thing. Let's put it that way. It's definitely a thing. You're gonna make a book? Your research about game dev, making a book, huh? I mean, hey, you know, why not, right? I feel like I could write a book on 101 things not to do as a game dev. Page 1, don't make an RPG. Don't do it to yourself, you fool. You'll never get done. I hope you have 5+ years just ready to go. I'm such a killjoy. Yeah, I know I'm making a Metroidvania which has some RPG elements to it in a way, so I mean, I know I don't even, I follow the do as I say, not as I do thing going on here, I'm, you know, just saying, but I definitely wouldn't make an RPG as your first game, oh god. You just asking for problems. I don't care if this is a matchup, I'm just literally just need a block here. Oh, if you have a team, you can ignore any advice I'm offering because I'm a solo dev and I don't know what it's like to have a team. I did a team when I did community lighting. Like lots of people worked on that and I acted as the head of that team. But that was different because it was way open-ended. And nobody was getting paid. Well, whether or not time is a problem, not a problem, it doesn't change the fact it takes a lot of time. You might have the time, that's fair, but it's still going to take a lot of time. Which is the issue, you know, like... I was, like, what, Sigma Sakura, who said, had the best thing that way, he said he made games quickly, was, because it reduced the amount of chance that something could go wrong. You know, where he could have a problem, such as like a health problem or something like that, or finance issues, or his computer explodes, or anything, you know, loses his job. Just something could come along and mess it up. But because he made his games quickly, he didn't have to worry as much about it because he wanted like a few month turnaround, and he only had to not have problems for a few months. And that was real wise, honestly. Like that was very wise. I personally should have done exactly what he was saying, but I didn't. So, you know. But I definitely think that people really need to realize that there is just a limited amount of time you have available, and well, you should account for that. The world will throw curveballs into your game dev plans. If you aren't ready for it, you will lose. I definitely thought about that and then proceeded to make really long games that are just a bad decision, but it's okay. My goal is to make a dream game. I'm not really living off this or anything like that, so I don't have to make the game quickly. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to spend the rest of my life working on this game or anything. That would be insane. But I would prefer, you know, it'd be finished sooner rather than later. If that helps. Why is this window in such a weird location? It's not even a real window. It's a fake window. Yeah, I've definitely thought about that more than a few times. And in reality, I should have put like a 1-year limit on this game in the first place. Or even 2 years. And that's what today is me sitting there putting a limit on the time. Like I put a time limit of me wanting it to have done by October 2026.
But if I keep adding levels, that ain't happening. So after today, I'm probably going to cut it down to 6 floors from 9. I'd already take so long to go through 1 floor. It seems stupid to keep going with it. I'm like, gotta remember, I'm a solo dev. Not a team. Because I'm not a team, I will need to keep that in mind. You know? The next advice I would probably put, like on page 2, would be like, once you start a project, finish it. Don't start another project. Finish the project you're doing. Which I think is just solid advice, you know, because a lot of people, and especially the RPG maker community, didn't do that. They would just start over and do their favorite part of game dev over and over and over. That's cool if it's just your hobby, but you ain't never getting anything done. Definitely have fun with that. Like, you know, that's cool. But is it though? You don't do that here? Yeah, that's right. We don't get here at all. It's just so funny. I mean, people go, I never finished it. It's because you keep starting over. You have a better idea. Well, I've had better ideas too. You know what happened when I started over? I was back at square one and I hadn't accomplished anything. I just threw away all my work. Neat. Sure, this game came about because I decided a game jam idea was better than my regular idea, but if I just stuck with my original RPG Maker game, it would have been finished a long time ago. Years ago. And I would have been on to the next game going, oh cool, what a neat thing. Did I do that? No. Am I dumb for having done that? Yeah. I should have just finished it. I did a bunch of times. Or your dev depends, you know what kind of dev you want to be, right? I mean, I don't even think it matters. Like, just because you want to be a particular type of developer, you're working on a project, starting over just means you've just thrown it all away. You've just started over. And if you keep doing that, you're never getting done. So I think that, you know, if you're looking to make money in game dev, it's not about what you want, it's about what the customers want. If you're a hopeless idealist, you're just making a dream game like me, it doesn't matter what the customer wants, I'm just making what I think is cool. Is my way the right way? Probably not. I think we can all agree, probably not. Probably a terrible way for finance purposes. I pretty much know the guy feeding the project graveyard. Well, it's by definition is an issue because you're splitting your time. Like, you know, you've only got a finite amount of time to work on anything, and you're trying to get the projects done. And if you have lots of projects, you've just split your time up between all these things, and you're actively stopping yourself from getting done. So it's a bad plan for getting to the point where you're like financially stable or able to release games or anything of the sort. You can have a lot if you want, but it's just time wasting. So I mean, that's why it's bad. You're of course welcome to do that. It's your life. You can do anything you like, but no, if you wanna finish things, successful devs don't have a million projects in the oven. They have the project they're working on and they get it done, and then they go, oh yeah, next game. And I've made the mistake of, you know, starting over, so it's not like I'm like, oh man, I'm better than everyone. No. I've made this mistake. I've done it. I've done it plenty of times. I'm not better than anybody. No. Well, that's not a true thing either. Like, the thing is what I'm describing here is trying to release games and being successful. Having lots and lots of time to make your game
And taking longer and longer, it means you're not releasing the game. You're just taking longer and longer. And that's what I'm talking about here. It's a bad strategy because you're trying to release something. Yeah, like I said, if you're a hopeless idealist and your goal is not to release games, and you just want to make whatever makes you happy, then it doesn't matter any of these things I'm saying here. This is a discussion to what you want to do if you want to successfully release games, which adding more time to it does not successfully release a game. That's... Like I said, if you're just doing a hobbyist thing, you can do whatever you like. That's a different world. Don't matter. If your goal is not to release a game, okay, it's fine. You don't have to. But if you're trying to, well, like I said, release a game, you would want to keep one project. Anything that splits your time is bad. This is why I don't work on other projects. Yeah, that's it. Game dev is definitely a form of art, and it is very easy to just go ham on it and just go, okay, well, it's not perfect. I'm just going to keep adding to it. I'm just keep making it better and better and better. And you try to achieve perfection in something that you can never be perfect in. You'll never reach the goal. So it is really about what you're saying there, like, it's literally about picking a point and saying, this is the end. Well, I mean... Like I say, perfect is, what's your definition of perfect, really? Yeah, well, you know, like I say, what is perfect? You know, like, if people try to achieve this dream, this amazingly awesome game, and, you know, that's what I'm saying, like, it's like... I don't think you're really disagreeing with what I'm saying is a thing. I'm not trying to achieve a perfect game at all. We're talking about achieving a time thing because you'll never achieve perfection. So there's no such thing as the perfect game. You can always make something better. This is about putting a timeline on things so you release things, which is what we're talking about here, is releasing the games versus just taking forever. And the game market is oversaturated, but it's oversaturated with garbage. Like, most games don't make anything because they just rehashes of the same crap. They don't, like, it's like, you know how many game devs I've heard, like, I'm gonna remake this game, I'm gonna make a game just like this. Why? That exists. Make your game, like, inspired by it. Don't make it just like it. Nobody's gonna want your game. We have that game already. Oh my gosh, the number of open world crafting RPG thingies you see in the game dev discords. Man. Put an original spin on it, please. That's all we ask. A lot of people they're releasing things that are just quick to market and they're not very good. Yeah, okay, if your game's not that great, I mean, it might be your baby, but your baby might also be ugly. Well, the thing is the remakes are that game, right? Like, you know, you remake Resident Evil, everyone who's a fan of Resident Evil goes, oh my god, it's Resident Evil. And they play it because it has the name recognition. Your bargain basement remake of Resident Evil, however, does not have the name recognition. So you don't have that, you know, excitement. People don't have the nostalgia, or you don't have the fan base. I use the Cthulhu argument for this one. It's the whole, you know, if you put a weird squid monster in the ocean in your thing, people can be like, what the heck, who cares? If you say it's Cthulhu, suddenly all the Cthulhu fans are like, oh my god, I love it, because they have, you know, you have a built-in fan base, and remakes have that. Granted, not all remakes are demanded, and unless your remake is a better version of the other, people will probably be upset. But you'll still make money, whereas the rest of us who don't have the name recognition are gonna, you know, not. Like, you make your own zombie shooter, you ain't getting the money Resident Evil get. Well, they also have this thing called, you know, advertising budget. It's this weird thing. It turns out if you advertise like crazy. But just because they sell a lot of copies doesn't mean they make the money. Right? Like, that's what you got to remember. Like, they have a huge investment in, so to get the money back, they have to sell an incredible amount, and they can still lose. Like, Assassin's Creed Shadows sold a lot of copies, and it was a loser. They lost money on that game. Doesn't matter that it sold millions of copies. If you have hundreds of millions of dollars into it, you're gonna eat it pretty hard.
So I mean, like, that's what people gotta remember is a lot of those AAA games flop horribly because they have a really big investment. If I put millions of dollars in this game, it'd be way better, but I'd have to sell a lot of copies to make that million back. It's not happening by accident. Whereas, you know, if I sold 50,000 copies of this game, I'd still be happy. Like, so let's say I sold it for like 20 bucks, man. I mean, you know, I'd think I'm 100K. That ain't terrible. I mean, it's not like I'm not making bank or anything, but my hobby just made me a bunch of money, so that's cool. Like, I ain't hating it. But, you know, if a AAA game sold 50,000 copies, we'd call it Concord. Oh, yeah, it's too easy. That's fine, Worm Juice Dev, but that's not really the point we were talking about. Yeah, the players decide what game is good. That was never up for debate. That's it. Like, the players decide that. Not ever saying different. It's about releasing the games is what we're talking about. The whole you're trying to achieve a perfection that you'll never achieve, and you're going to put yourself on a timeline so you release the product. That's all we're talking about. Not whether or not a game is actually good. I mean, maybe the game is good, maybe not. But I mean, I gotta chat. I'm happy to chat. I'm not upset or anything like that. I was just saying, it's just I'm not in disagreement with you on what you're saying. Is what I'm saying here. Like I am in agreement on that statement there. That, you know, the players decide what is good and what isn't. Very true. But you don't have to shut up, right? You keep chatting. I mean, I'm always happy to talk to people. Which I think it's incredibly engaging having to fix all the little like holes in this these walls. It's not. Really not. I had to remake all my walls because I moved these from up here down to here and it didn't work with the previous setup. I do like level design. So it's not like I'm like, ah, man, this sucks. I don't want to do this. I'm an art guy. I love this kind of stuff, but maybe not fixing the holes in the wall. That's maybe not the most fun I've ever had, but there's not many parts of game dev I don't love. There are a couple. But for the most part, there's not a whole lot I don't love about them. Very few exceptions. I'm sure we can find something, but you know. I think sound design is probably one of my least favorites. There's times I even like it too, is the worst part. So I don't even know if that's a true statement I'm making. But I know I dislike hunting through each sound to click and see if I like it. Like, I like putting them in and timing them and things like that. That part's cool, but searching through the things to find is just not my jam. Not at all. But I'd rather do that over my regular job. It's true. It's true, man. Probably just gonna put double pipes here. I should probably just make everything perfect like this. I think I'm gonna limit how often you go outside in this game. I think that mechanic is only fun when sparingly used. Like, it just seems like it's not that neat. Like, it sounds neat on paper, and it is sort of neat every once in a while. If you go outside every window, I think it quickly loses charm. Maybe I'm wrong in this assessment. I don't think I am. And now that you can't really go outside on these ones here, because I didn't really have openings for them, it's a little weird, you know? Also, these bizarre gear setups, I just don't... I put them here just to kind of block you so you couldn't get by, but... Well, first off, I don't want these gears down here. The ones that are just kind of barricading down there, I don't like. Just gonna say it, I don't like them. But then the question is, why are they sticking out doing this? Like, it's like there should be something else here as a barricade. And not gears. But now the gears are gonna stay because I don't have a better barricade. But I'm gonna think real hard about a better barricade. And also how far I want these walls to stick out. Yeah, well, that's just it. Yeah, finish the game. It's kind of thing that we all agree on. Finish the game. You don't get paid until you finish your game. Unless you have like a, you know, oh gosh, one of those little like early access games, but then you still finished a product that people will pay for, so you've still finished a game, it's just you're adding to it later, but that's still better. Does a flag really block enough though, as far as what you can put there? Like, because a flag's just a pole, right, with a piece of, you know, material, and the material's not going to block Poppet. I mean, she's powerful enough to actually push aside cloth. I don't really count that as being powerful. But I could easily just have something in the way here. It doesn't have to be gears. Yeah. Well, I tell people that I'm just, you know, a hopeless dreamer who's trying to make, you know, their great game. Like, I'm a hobbyist, right? Like, this isn't my job. So my goal is, I mean, I've put an actual time limit on there because I want to have a time when they release it, but I'm not someone trying to make it necessarily in the industry, which is why I'm saying, if you want to do things, don't do what I'm doing. That's what I've been telling people. Don't do what I'm doing if you want to make money. And so you're not, like, the time frame is so long. And even I'm like, I'm spending too long and need to cut back. I've been saying that a bunch. That's what I'm doing today, cutting it back because it's too much of a project. I can see the problems already arising. As I tried to add 2 whole new levels and I was like, hey, wait a minute. What the hell am I thinking? This will never get done. Even now, I'm like, this is still going to take, like I say, probably 1.5 years is my guess. All the bad ideas get down to these levels here, but yeah, like I say, what I'm doing is the wrong choice for money making. To be fair, so is streaming, but that's a different story entirely. I have fun doing it, I don't care. For anyone who wants to be a streamer, I make about 30 cents an hour streaming. I'm just saying, it's not where you go to get money. You only do it because you love it, just like game dev. You do it because you love it. You don't do it because you love it. It's just way better ways to make money than this. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. There's like so many better ways to make money than this. Like a minimum wage job. You make way more money. Yeah. You know, a McDonald's worker in California gets $20 an hour. Just saying. I ain't making $20 an hour doing this. No. Yeah, this room is going to get axed down a bit. I can see that already. I literally have an extra floor here because of the heart here sitting up here. That's it. That's why there's an extra floor here. Just so it could be this big, huge room, but I don't think it needs to be here. Yeah, I'm definitely going for it. You're right on that one, Worm Juice Dev. You're definitely right. I'm going for it. I don't know what I'm going for, but I'm going for it. I just have a dream game I want to make. That's all. I came from the RPG Maker community, so being delusional is pretty much a requirement. Now, there's actual people there with skills. Just not me. Why can't I click this? That's fair. I would like to do more than just learn, I think. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I think I'd like a little more out of it than that. Hope I get more out of it than that. That's gonna be terrible. I definitely dream of having, honestly, I just want to see people play the game. Like, I want people to be happy playing my game. That's what I want. I doubt I'm gonna be rich off it. I mean, don't get me wrong. If I end up rich off it, I'll be jumping for joy and I'll be happy to be proven wrong. I definitely want to. Please prove me wrong. But if people are just playing my game, I'm happy. I don't even care. Yeah, I'm maxing out floors. I'm just going 6 floors. That's because there's an additional area I plan on making, and I do not want to make that area too. But there is a secret extra area I'm working on. There's a reason why there's question marks in the map select. As such, if I delete a floor here, there's still 7 areas I want to make. And that is 2. That's probably fine, but I don't want like 8 floors. It's just too much. It's never getting done. Yeah, I probably do about this. I get rid of the top area up there. Honestly, this probably can go down some more anyway. Actually, I just don't want to move this up, right? That's a bad idea. Yep. Today is the come to my senses day. That's what's happening. We're coming to my senses here on exactly what I'm supposed to have made here. I'm gonna stop adding extra weird crap. Gotta remember that I have 20 of 66 abilities designed. Just an idea of the level of scope remaining and why that's probably not an okay thing. It is possible that I change up that number. Because I think at some point there's just a level of ridiculous. I think I'm going to put these pipes like there, and I'm not going to have the other thing above them. And I'll just use this in a different room, I guess. I guess to be fair, this is actually really tall, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Because if that's a door, typically speaking, if the walls are about this tall, I'm gonna grab this wall and take it with me as an indicator to see exactly how tall I want this. It's, yeah, I'm done with extra floors. I have a plan, and some of these floors were never part of it. Honestly, this might actually be closer than I think to the right size. Yeah, I just grabbed the wrong area. Okay, this. Oh, thanks for the raid, Mercenary Mage.
How's stuff going? How'd stream go? I actually have this about the right height. Oh, I think. Do I? No, I don't. I'm the worst. Huh. Cool. Good for me. Oh. I'm restructuring my game, right? Because originally I was like, actually, I'll just show you the other map here because I made a duplicate of it what I had planned, and it was a bad plan because Scope went he just got on a rocket and just went flying off into I don't know where, some other nebula. Maybe galaxy, I don't even know. So, whenever it loads the map. Yesterday I was merging textures and using packed level actors, which, and I switched over to Nanite and got rid of Lumen. Lumen. I had no idea that Lumen was actually doing bad things and not good things. You learn the hard way sometimes. So, I got this bright idea that I was going to take the 3rd and 4th floor here and put this whole water area up here, right? Do I have any of the rooms actually? Oh, I cut everything out here. Sorry to cut everything away, but... So, I took all this there and I put up here and I was going to make all these, things like that. And I was adding 2 whole floors to the game. So, I got this much better idea of... I made a whole bunch of rooms like that, new rooms, yesterday. I got this much better idea of taking these 2 floors out, putting these things back to where they were, and just also removing this floor and changing the sides. Also, I improved the nanite stuff, which I'm still kind of doing. As I say, this is the bad map, right? Every time it changes colors, that's one more draw call. And as you can see, it's totally fine. Alright, that looks normal, that's good. Just load up a little engine here. I'll load up a creature there and make a copy of this here, and then I'll show the other map, and actually I can load the other map while this is doing this, because I took a screenshot already. Oh yeah, this view is great. But let me show you how it looks on the other one there. I did just redo the walls, so some of the walls are going to look atrocious, but yeah, just being able to see every single thing that Nanite is seeing, it really helps. So I can merge things. So now you can see that this new version looks, like this, right? And I just put these things in so you can see why they're rammed together and they're not very nice. But you can see all the, the buildings, things like that. And you compare it against what was happening over here. And it's the same picture. I don't even see where the difference is. It looks completely the same. The thing is that corporate would like you to tell me the difference between these 2 pictures, and clearly there is none. It's the same picture. Oh yeah, I guess I'm technically looking at those buildings here. Let me go ahead and make that building more visible too, so you can kind of see all the other things and see that how much it changed. Instead of what you were seeing on this monstrosity, where, this building right here is like 1,000,000 colors, and here it's 1. Because you can actually just click on something, and then you can merge all the actors in it. You can go, okay, well, I'll go to the tools thing here, merge actors. And look, now it has all the actors in there, and you could just click merge actor, and... What do I call this building? Building L? Like building I? Sure. Sure. Building I. I would put SM_perform, but it'll automatically do that. I drag it out here, you'll notice it's black, but if you enable the nanite on it, I have to do that on the little thing here, just enable nanite real quick. It now turns green, and instead of having all this crap, I'm gonna copy the location real fast. Yeah, but instead of having this monstrosity, I have one giant perfect mesh. And that's it. It's beautiful. And I just go, boop, and kick it out of there and go, yep. But I'm not going to do it on that one. And the reasoning for it's real simple. I forgot to remove this blueprint at the top, so it won't spin anymore. It's supposed to spin, but you get the idea of what it's supposed to be. Like this one here is actually the same as that one there, so I should actually be doing this to optimize. As you know, I really want it to be 9 million different things. Yeah, totally. No, I don't. Just rotated, sure. It's good. I use the same thing over here. Huh. No, thanks again for the raid. I'm gonna give you a shout out too while I'm at it. Got to do that. I'm so excited. Yeah, I'm looking for the first. That's fair. Well, it's real easy. Tools, merge actors. There you go. I watched a YouTube video to explain where it was. That's how I know. I'm smart. It's pretty much all I did. I didn't know. Yeah. That's the beautiful thing about UE. You just start clicking buttons and stuff happens. I don't know if it's good stuff that happens, but if you just keep clicking buttons, stuff will happen. Yes, it is. I've definitely joked that the only way I can truly learn to use Unreal Engine is through a thick Indian accent, because 9 times out of 10, that's pretty much what I'm hearing because everything's being described. Oh my gosh, UE's documentation is atrocious. You can't find anything in there, and their streams are terrible. They're just like, by the way, we're gonna have this stream of like 6 people on. 5 of them are clearly from HR or marketing. And one guy in the corner with the worst webcam of all and the tiniest screen is the guy actually explaining everything. But don't worry, you can't see anything he's doing. It's totally fine, and we're gonna talk about it over 2 hours, most of which is those other people talking who don't matter. Great, thank you. Oh yeah. This is surprising to people from England who also do it. I definitely watched more than a few of Ryan's videos, and I definitely learned a lot from them. A lot of the... I mean, there's really just a handful that are just super good at what they do. And those people are just... They're wonderful. They do everything I've ever needed in life. I love them. Maybe even inappropriately. Oh my. I had to merge my walls together at some point. Oh, I didn't even nanite these. Nice job, me. If it's black, it hasn't been nanited, so now you know. And for those who don't know, it's super easy to do. Just, you know, select them, enable nanite, done. I'll save them, of course. Most of my stuff's nanited, except for the transparent crap. Somehow these cars are transparent, I don't know why. But overall... Yep, I've been working on these. It's supposed to look like, These rooms are just literally being made as I'm going, so... I had to put a wall right here and block that area off. Yeah, I copy-pasted this from my other level, and I'm moving it all down and moving it around, so... I guess I could show the new people stuff, too. Show them the new attacks and things. I guess we'll do it over here for funsies. I'll open up some doors so I don't have to get keys. Unless I want to, but you know, whatever. Is there an ab mesh down here? There's not. Oops. Actually, too much fun. Alright. Always down. I guess I can just put it in the center and just do the whole thing. I think 200 actually does everything, and should. Does it? I like watching it draw it. I'm just saying. Did I get most of the building? Eh, close enough. I guess that's not the dead center of the building. I always thought it was, but it's not. I'm just gonna throw open doors. Normally you find keys to open the doors, but it's more fun to just test abilities than... I do have about an hour and a half of gameplay, so... I will showcase stuff. I'll also mute this music. And close every other merge actor thingy, who knows what, just to speed up the performance. Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh, thanks for the follow, Finn Buddha. I didn't even need to mention that, but... Oh. The game's called Poppet Quest, and the main mechanic of the game is, this is just me dodging. If you're in the darkness, you gain curse power, but you lose your sanity. So I'll go over to where I'm standing in the darkness. If your sanity ever hits 0, you die. But if you go back to the light, you gain sanity back. You just don't gain any curse power. And curse power acts as largely her mana for all intents and purposes. She uses tarot cards for abilities. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. For some reason, these things are a little hard to hit. I don't know why, but they just are. Back and fight! It's because the hammer itself is the only thing that actually hits, not the pole. This is a magician. It picks up objects, like small objects, can throw them. You can manipulate things in the environment, such as opening cupboards and drawers, turn on lights, things like that. Oh, I have double jump enabled, that's right. I have the dev kit enabled at the moment, so basically everything. Hell yeah, each power has a different hat. Its hats are awesome. At first, she didn't have a different hat, but then I decided she needed a different hat for everything. It was important. Why is it important? It just is. Don't worry about it. Never question the hats. I mean, you can question if you want, but I don't think the hats will talk back. Wait, you can go through this? Huh. That's weird. That's not good. Supposed to have the deck under it. I'll have to look into that. I did merge a bunch of things together, so maybe it's messed up from the merge. Okay, Nan, disable all screen messages. Nobody cares, Nanite. Nobody cares. Oh no! That's right, the pipe you can't jump into. Whatever. I'll have to fix that later. Now I know. So, I'll use some of the other weapons there. This is Temperance. It has the best hat. It's just my favorite hat. It's just a dumbbell hat, but it's a bubble wand. It bubbles things. It breaks stuff too. That's right. Yeah. There's also the tarot card you currently have equipped in the corner too, so just in case you weren't certain, I didn't want you to be unable to figure it out, so I actually just got rid of a thing here, so I'm gonna have to add something back to this room. Doing a lot of remodeling. I kind of feel like I'm the person showing you that, you know, like you come over to visit and we're working on their house the whole time, and there's like, you know, paint cans everywhere and a ladder and things like that. Saw. Nails, more boards. You know, basically it looks like a construction zone. Yeah, it's kind of about how things are right now. Oh yeah. This weapon's terrible at close range. It doesn't hit worth a damn. It's great at range though. This is important. This is the circle of life, okay? Little turtle needs to fly. Don't worry about it. Bye-bye, little turtle. Into the pool you went. Fair enough. This is where you would get the Empress. Well, the Empress has combat capabilities as well that I've already programmed in.
Not really. It's just that some enemies' weapons are significantly more effective against them. This will grow and shrink plants as one of its abilities. But I mean, like, if an enemy chases after you, the Empress is really good against them. If the enemy runs away from you, the Empress is really bad against them. You'll see its combat capabilities in a second, and you'll quickly see that it kind of sucks if the enemy runs away. Like, if they're a projectile-based enemy, okay. You're gonna have a real bad time with the Empress. Whereas the Fool is really good at, you know, melee, but if they get away from you, like they're at any kind of distance, they're pretty bad. Also, if they attack really quickly, the Fool's not that great. Or if they swarm you, actually the Fool's okay being swarmed. It's not the best, but it does a lot of damage, so it's good against heavy enemies. Yeah, I can switch cards whenever I want. I just hit, like, you know, V and bring it like that. And I just pick whichever ones I want. I'll go over and attack some things like that. I'll just jump over there quickly and do it this way without running to save time. Actually, I'll go over here and do the combat over here for funsies. So I can show off the Magician, since it's a good room for showing off the Magician. And you unlock cards as you find them, so... It's a Metroidvania, so you're going to be expected to go find all the stuff. You're not going to be, I ain't going to just hand it to you. You're going to have to earn it, of course. Let's use the Empress's other abilities. So the Empress plays out a lot like Bomberman. Place mushrooms, they count to 10, and once they count to 10, they are active. Anyone nearby triggers them. Can trigger you too. I'm sure you do it. And they just damage everyone nearby. They're just straight up bombs. It has another version. It has the healing version too, which will heal everything, including enemies. Yeah, they blow you to bits too. So like, I'll blow myself up. Well, this is the insanity effect as your sanity goes down. It blows me up too. It's real bad. Don't stand by that crap. You're not gonna like it. Doesn't do as much damage as it could, but it does AoE damage, so it's not terrible. See, it blows me up too. So against heavy enemies, it does not the best. It's fine. This enemy can't move, it's a turret, so... Well, I mean... A nuke? Like, what, like hits the whole room or something? Like, what are we talking about, like a nuke? Right? Or I guess I'll show off the Magician first. I also haven't designed every ability yet, so I've designed 20 of the 66 abilities, so it's going to be a moment before I do all of them. There's a lot of traversal ones too. This is a Magician here, can open drawers. Can turn on lights, things like that, so it's useful for traversal. On top of being able to pick things up. Strength is double jump, parkour, and an air dash. I mean, there is a... I'll show you the moon in a second. It acts kind of like a truck and how hard it hits, but you trigger when you want it to trigger. It's just, you have to set it up, so it's not like the best. Anyway, I'll switch to... This is the newest one I've been designing. It doesn't even have a cost yet. Actually, I guess I'll heal myself first. The star trades sanity for health and health for sanity, currently. This room's probably the laggiest room. I've been working on it for a bit. Oh yeah. I mean, sometimes your sanity just goes down. Don't worry about it. Ow. Got shot. There's a light right up there. You can tell up in the upper right corner if you're in light, just so you, in case you don't see the light, you actually can tell that way. Ow. That's mean. So, the moon makes clones of you. They dance, they do their thing, and you can blow them up. It does a lot of damage.
But you got to set it up first because, well, it makes it wherever you're at and then you dash away. So it can be new. Currently there's no cost, so it's just like the most OP ability, even though it's kind of hard to set up. Does a lot of damage. It used to do less damage, but it became so hard to set it. You got to be close to the enemy or like put it in position that, like against these things, it's not even that great. I might add that. It's not like like I might add one more ability for the moon and take away its other ability because I gave it a traversal ability, but I might give that to something else. So that could easily be a thing. It's about 14 months. See if I can rescue this. Aha. We back? Maybe? Yeah, effed. Alright, well, I think the YouTube stream ate it, but maybe it's okay still. Maybe. Am I still live on there, buddy? Al, friendo? I had both of them going, so. I think I'm still live on that one. Cool, I guess I didn't lose anything. How am I doing? We back? Yeah, we back. Apparently, my graphics card did not like the game plus streaming plus everything else I had open, and you know, listen, I'm overkilling it a bit. Yeah. Like it's trying to record too. Stop recording. Streamlabs has decided it's recording and doing the stream. Whatever. Oh, that's a fun thing too. As far as I'll get to all these are tarot cards, all the major arcana, so 22, and I was thinking 3 abilities for each, which might be much. As far as the data chain there, there was a thing where I wanted to blow up a minion. I guess I'm gonna launch the game for real fast here, and like blow up an enemy into like pieces, like it was made out of components, right? Like that, just like lots of little crap. And back in 5.53, it had real issues with the you know, get all descendants of something, and that it would randomly just not get them. And after like 2 hours of it just being random in its results, I finally just broke it apart into little dumb things as the backup plan. I just wanted it to work. And that's what happened. And one guy, he was so upset that it was a thing. And I explained to him why I did it. And he said it was like, you should mark it as your masterpiece. So from that point on, it just got marked as the masterpiece, even though it's just literally just the worst chain ever of these things. As far as cards I currently have, let's see, I have two for the Fool, 3 for the Magician, but I might make it only 2 for the Magician because the abilities aren't. I don't like how one of them plays very well. I have 1 for the High Priestess. I have all 3 for the Empress. I like how the Empress plays out, so I'm not worried about that one. I guess I can go by Construction Yard and do these things. I don't know why she does this recording thing. I wish it would stop. Anyway. Let me bring up the full list of things so I can give you an idea here. I'll just go into the game and bring it up. Okay, so I have 3 for the Empress, 1 for the Emperor, 1 for Hierophant. The Chariot has 1, it's conceptual, it's not great. Mostly just summons an airship. Strength currently has Parkour is the first one, Double Jump, and then like an Air Dash is the final one. Death just has the Scythe setup, it doesn't do anything yet. That was one of the ones I was working on. Temperance, 1. This should have 2. All 3 are on the moon, though I'm probably going to change one of the moon ones out and move it to one of the other abilities and give it maybe the clone swap, I don't know. And the sun has 1 as well. So I basically have, what, like 20 of them? Actually, I can enable the other star one as well. I guess I just keep forgetting to enable it because I just forget it's even there. It's actually really powerful is the thing, because it lets you trade your health for sanity so you can run farther into the darkness. So it actually has a very powerful effect, allowing you to negate the curse temporarily. Not very temporary, but you can do it for a while. So enable your tarot cards here. Tarot card. The star 2, yeah. So I was gonna have 66 of anyone that's unchecked here. Those are the ones that I don't have made yet. Yeah, I was just showing off all the ones I have. I've made stuff for all of them. I can show you some of their abilities. The other moon one that I was working on, the traversal one there, is there's like, you know, you can make these illusionary things appear real and thus use them, or you can make them turn not real and then they can't use them. So that's the one I was working on. I'd probably give it something else, honestly. I don't know if I get this one, but the High Priestess has one ability so far. Oh yeah, the Magician can turn on lights too. This is my building area whenever I want to test things, because it has, you know, I don't have to load the whole building. The High Priestess, currently, there's invisible platforms in the world that I push onto it. And you can jump on them, like, they're real. But you can't see them unless the High Priestess is active, then you can see them, so. That's the one I'm working on for that. A lot of the extra embellishments aren't in it yet. The Hierophant is, there's possessed objects in the world, and when the Hierophant's active, they'll behave. I'm almost out of sanity, 1 second. If I can use the Star's sanity ability. So it just trades health for sanity. Obviously, if you're in the light, it's not terribly useful to do that, but you can also do the reverse. Health for sanity. I might turn this one into Wheel of Fortune and change the start for something different, but yeah, the Hierophant does these too. So this is a platforming ability, a traversal ability. I have whole rooms where you do this stuff, but just to show off the testing thing. And if you have it deactivated, it'll throw you. Oh no, ads, why? Oops. I blocked the chat. I'm a terrible person. Cool. Death just has a weapon right now. I haven't done anything with it, but you can at least see what I have for it. I was putting the cards on all of them, but I'm probably going to take the cards away because you kind of have an idea of what's already there and it's in the corner, so it's kind of unnecessary. Steampunky Scythe. It's probably going to give you some sort of airship. I have a jank test thing for it, as you can see, which doesn't even remove her hair. So you can pilot a little ship around and shoot things out of it. It's just a concept. It's really early, so don't get excited yet. I won't need flying until way later, so you'll probably get an airship with abilities off of it. I was going to give you a car, but the problem was it wasn't useful most of the time because the area is just not flat enough. Maybe. I don't know. Very broken thing like that. Like I say, the moon already blows things up in a big thing like that. Like hitting everything on the screen or something, I don't know. It's possible, maybe. The sun summons just a miniature light. I don't even think it removes it. It's a poorly programmed, but you're just in light all the time. You don't gain curse power. You actually lose curse power while you're in it, so. Maybe. Yeah, I thought about that. Originally, it turned you into like a ghost thingy that you could go around, but the problem was you could just fly through all the walls, and like I couldn't really keep the player in check. So what was the purpose, right? Like if you're a ghost, why can't you fly through walls, kind of thing? So the Emperor protects you from like water and things like that. I don't have water here to show, so I will just have to live without. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I mean, it's not impossible. It's an option. You should have a nav mesh down. Ow. I didn't try to fight her with the fool since she got her new abilities. Oh yeah, please share all the ideas you got. Like, there's a good chance I'll use them. Why can't I use this? Is our animation broken? It's working, right? Well, the animation's broken on this for some reason. That's weird. I'm gonna fix that real fast then. I don't know how it got broken. Yeah. I mean, I usually make note of all the stuff that people even suggest because you never know. Maybe. I mean, Temperance already puts him in a bubble. So it's kind of like the same ability at that point, it's just by a different name, and I don't know if I like that. Justice will definitely be some kind of a weapon, maybe even a gun or something, I don't know. A little pop gun or something? You're not actually supposed to have this weapon for that. I'm actually almost out of sanity. Uh-oh. Run to the lights. Run to the lights. Oh, God. You die if your sanity ever hits 0, so... Maybe. The question is if you're using it, like, how valuable is deflecting damage, right? Like, if you only get one tarot card equipped, right? What are its other abilities that would make you want to run around with this equipped? You know, like when is deflecting damage all that good? Like it has to have like multiple abilities that kind of work together. But yeah, but then you have the star that does that by trading your health for sanity. You have the sun that does that by acting as a light. Like, I'm not saying you can't do that, but it's not very exciting because there's already kind of effects that do it. I hate healing her. It feels so bad. But maybe. I mean, she did have a ghost mode for the longest time, and I would like to put it back in. But I can't let her fly either until way later because it's a Metroidvania, and if I let you fly, you can get everywhere, and that's not fun. So it'd have to be way later that you got it. Not saying I won't give it out. I don't know. That's one thing I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid too many abilities that do kind of similar things, because then they aren't very fun. So incorporeal would be nice, but such an ability I have to give out way later, unless you're not immune to gravity. If you still have gravity and you're just incorporeal. But then my question is, yeah, okay, you do that with death, but wouldn't the hermit make more sense to have the ability where you just get to ignore everyone and run around? Right? Because, you know, the hermit's all about being alone. So I actually have a mechanic plan for the hermit. But I was definitely thinking, I was like, maybe. Maybe. Tower is about destruction and everything like that, so a turret could be a thing. It'd be a lot like the Empress and the moon in that one, though. He does a lot of damage now. But turret could be good. I was considering a gravity ability for it. This destructive gravity ability. Oh, yeah, yeah. I actually spent a bunch of time researching what the tarots actually mean because I didn't know. And now that I know, I'm only kind of partially going on what they even say, because some of them are just so, like, spiritual, ethereal, who knows what, that they wouldn't make for an ability. Like, it's like, that's so cool, man, but that's not an ability in a game. So. But I'm sure it's not, like, the worst idea. I have, like, 2 positional abilities already in the form of the Empress and the Moon, because that's what these are basically doing. It's all about positioning yourself in the battlefield so that your attacks actually do something. I just want to get rid of the 3rd mode. You start summoning minions in the later modes, and then in the 3rd form it gets even worse. Yeah, like, any ideas are always interesting. I always think about it, whether or not I do them, because, you know, I never know, but there's a chance I do them. It's hard to not heal her with that ability. I'm gonna have to rethink what you have for her because of the fact that she does so much damage. She didn't used to do so much damage, so... And now she's at the summoning minions phase there. Like, I'm already, like, super hurt. Maybe. The thing is it has to have abilities that pair with it, right? Like, if it gives power, well, it has to be a weapon because you don't get to equip multiple tarot cards at the same time. Actually, I should be using Temperance against these things. Get Temperance. She can't be bubbled because she's a boss, but you can still hit her with it. She'll shoot you back, though, and stab you with a little toy, though, so it's not like it's super advantageous, but Temperance does not do a lot of damage. Basically, I want 3 complementary abilities on these things, or, like, 2 complementary abilities and a traversal mechanic. No, because that's boring. Well, I guess that's incorrect. Like, the strength causes you to be able to double jump as a passive. You don't have to have it equipped. They don't make you equip it for anything, honestly. Because it'd just be tedious. But as far as just passively increasing damage, this is just really boring. I'd rather have a new ability. Because it's not an RPG. Well, I mean, it's a Metroidvania, so it's more about traversal and, you know, getting new mechanics to get you places. But it's a lot closer to Metroid than Castlevania in the Metroidvania scale, in that I don't have a lot of the RPG elements, purely because it'll just take forever to make, and I want the game to be done some year. This is really the main reasoning for it. There's anything else? Okay, she has way more health than she probably needs for this. I haven't even got her to half yet. To be fair, I'm not using something that does a lot of damage. Like, the Fool does a lot of damage. That's the Fool's claim to fame, is it does a lot of damage. Yeah, the other strength ability is this. The air dash. I want to run myself out of stamina. Not yet. I did take the Alice Madness Returns, you know, if you shrink you can see things, but I just made it where you could just see the things when the thing was active. I don't know if there's much value in shrinking. Is, I think, why I didn't do it. Like, I don't have any area that's so small you need it. Poppet's already so tiny. And she can already duck, which already, like, halves her size. She can just go, whoop. Now she's, like, half the size, so... Unless it's, like, a really tiny area, I don't know if she needs shrinking. The other thing is, the cloth physics don't work right with shrinking and enlarging. Like, those things don't change size. So if she shrinks, she'll have enormous hair and a dress that's just all over the place. Like, could give you a bigger light radius, I guess. But again, you gotta have that equipped the whole time you're using it, so it's like, is that great? I mean, you can activate it and it creates a light too, so... It's like, okay, is that helpful? I gotta get her to half health. She's almost there, actually. Oh, she's there. I think. Well, she's there now. Ow. That hurt. You're mean. I wanted to trigger her other phase to show people. Well, the whole point is it costs curse. It's not free. Like, you're using it, and it will run out when you run out of curse. Yeah, her little last phase here, she summons an invincible field and 5 helpers that, as long as they're alive, she can't take damage. And she starts spinning the battlefield. Yay! Let's spin, everyone! Taking kind of a beating here. Ow. Taste the mushrooms, don't die, don't die, don't die. Hey, hey. Healing her, terrible. But yeah, like, the point is that the Metroidvania is you're supposed to give them abilities that screw up your level design, right? Like, you build the levels so they can't get by an area, and then you give them an ability that lets them get by that area. Like, that's the whole point, so... I'll make areas that are just completely dark, and you'll need the Sun Tarot in order to survive at them. And you'll have a limited period of time where you can actually do anything before you have to, you know, escape, because, well, yeah. We'll see how it pans out. Like, if I can't make it fun, I'll take it out. How is that? I mean, the Star Tarot is trade your health for sanity. Like, it's killing you to use its ability. The other one just trades curse for sanity, like, you know, it just makes the thing like that, and you're just okay, you know. If you turn it off, you're still at full health. You turn the star off, and you're, like, almost dead. You're like, oh, cool, what a great deal. So it's not quite the same. Also, the star heals, and the sun doesn't have any other abilities yet. It'll probably do other things, too, but... So it doesn't play out the same. I mean, it... And, you know, you can have a couple abilities that provide light. As long as they aren't literally the same ability. With 66 abilities, there's going to be somewhat similar things. Sure, it's just, is something useful. I guess why would Sun have a cannon is the thing. Like, you know, I mean, it doesn't really fit what the tarot does, so maybe. I'd be more likely to give the tower a cannon, because there's certain ones that are very aggressive and, like, all about destruction, and certain ones that just aren't. But maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's probably gonna have to have something. It could have a weapon. I can make them all weapons too. Like every one of them could have a weapon and then 2 side abilities. That's true too. That would make it really hard for the High Priestess to be some kind of a weapon. I don't even know how you'd turn that into a weapon. It's all about intuition and, like, you know, inner knowledge and things. Yeah, how is that gonna ever be a weapon? But it could be. I'm also loath to give everything, like, you know, attacks, just because I got to balance all that too. So, well, balance doesn't have to be that balanced, but some things are just going to be better than others, however you look at it. Like, Temperance is really good here because there's so many stupid minions that Temperance can sit there and get them while the battlefield is spinning. But she gets up to 10 minions helping her, and that is a lot. The High Priestess reveals things. Like I say, it's about intuition and inner knowledge, so it seemed like the perfect choice for, you know, when you activate it, reveals hidden things. But as far as being a weapon, it's like, okay. Maybe, but at that point, I'd just probably give more of those abilities to the High Priestess, right? Like, if it had different abilities to reveal different things, because that's what it does. It's the information tarot, or what it says it's about. And the abilities get moved around too, like, you know,
some of the abilities, like Temperance used to be the Hanged Man, but I started realizing the Hanged Man didn't really fit for... I mean, Temperance is all about slowing things down and taking your time, right? So putting them in a bubble so they have to sit there seemed pretty Temperance-y. Not good. But my question is then, what does it reveal? Like, I don't have anything yet for it, so I'll have to figure out something. I'm not saying I won't use it as that. I'm asking myself this question, like, what does it reveal that it doesn't already been revealed? Because if you have to walk everywhere and activate all these abilities to figure out what's there, that's going to get tedious real fast. So I don't know how much I want to run on that mechanic, but at the same time, I do need things. That's fair. I gotta take a bio break real fast anyway, so I'll be right back. Yeah, I have plans for the world. Because, the world's, you know, I say it completely, it's basically about completing your journey. It's about getting what you want and everything like that. So, Poppet has a goal here and things like that. She's looking for a missing friend. And she, like, you know, she was killed by a serial killer in the process and her soul got put into it all, but she thinks that the same serial killer killed her friend. So, you know, if you can, well, spoiler, her friend is there, obviously. If you can find a friend and save a friend, that's part of the thing there, but it's not going to be easy. I'm going to hint at who her friend is. I ain't going to tell you. You'll figure it out, or you might accidentally kill her, too. In which case, I do plan for a couple endings. I think I've tested that enough to show off what it is. I mean, it's going to continue that particular thing and break the shield and keep doing that, but maybe we'll make some new abilities, honestly. I could. Yeah, I had plans for that. I had plans for the Lover's Tarot. I had plans for a lot of tarots, honestly. It's just that I'm not at the point in the game where they're going to be used, so it didn't make much sense to program them yet, you know? Like, they're fine, I could do it, but I don't... I'm still working on, like, the first chapter of the game and, like, building the second area, like, the second chapter of the second biome, if you will. So, I mean, the world's gonna be like in the last like type of area kind of thing, like, you know, it's gonna be. So it's kind of like, which ones do I build first? And sometimes I have a really good idea and I just build it. I'm just like, okay, cool. Like the moon just came about one day because I was like, okay, well, this is neat. Yeah. And I have a plan to make it hard to get to, so you're gonna have to be on your toes to pull it off. It isn't gonna be easy. But to get the better ending, you'll need it, because getting all the tarot cards would obviously be a good thing for the ending. I won't demand you get all 66 of them, probably just the 22 major arcana. The devil? I was also planning that one being a weapon, like... I guess let's bring up the list of tarot cards here or something like that. I'll just bring it up in the game. It's easier to look at. Actually, I don't have the full list there. Fair enough. Hey, boy, Otami boy. How's it going? You're just in time for us to talk all kinds of tarot stuff. Tarot card meanings. One of the tarot card sites there to make it easier to talk about them. Labyrinthos will do just fine, I think. Yeah, like... So the devil will definitely be some kind of thing. Originally it was some kind of fire ability, but... And like, you know, being able to burn things or destroy stuff that could be lit on fire. Or even potentially light fire. It's just to, Well, originally it had candles and things, but not anymore. I don't know why the devil would force push things though, right? You probably get better out of like the tower, right? Because the tower is all about destruction and things, so like shoving things, stuff like that, sudden upheaval, things like that. So some kind of disaster, but like the tower would actually probably be the nuke ability. That would make the most sense probably for that thing there, because that's what it sounds like. Sudden upheaval, broken pride, disaster. Yeah, like just sudden upheaval. Yeah. Do I believe tarot cards exist in the world? Sure. Like, they are physical cards. Do I believe in all the weird things? No. No, I just think it was really cool as a theme for the game. So I'm studying them because I was like, I knew very little about it. Like, these are cool. These are great for my lore in my game. But am I sitting there shuffling cards up? No, I'm not. But I have to read the meanings because I got to make abilities based on them. Yeah. Poppet's the character that believes in that, you know, in her world like that. So to get in her head, I have to do that, right? I'm just sad I couldn't put crystals in there too, right? Because, you know, anyone who believes in tarot cards probably believes in crystals and the moon and things like that too, right? When you make a bunch of lore for your world like that, you know, you gotta believe it's real. You're telling a story. But I did spend time talking with a woman who does tarot readings. Like, she didn't do many readings for me like that. I was just over the internet. I was like talking about the abilities and ideas that I had for these things to get ideas of what these things meant, because if I had to design a million abilities for these things, yeah. So I'm actually considering changing out the star abilities for Wheel of Fortune, making that the thing there. I don't know, like... I don't know what other abilities it would have. I'm having a hard time with that one. I guess, why would it reflect projectiles? And is that really that valuable, right? Because remember, you can only equip one tarot at a time. So you would have to go out of your way to equip this thing just to bounce projectiles back. Or it has to have other abilities that do things like that. Yeah, it's one ability. Then it needs two other abilities that would make you want to use it for that effect, right? Or some... Like, where in the game am I going to want this? Like... I guess you could switch to in combat and then reflect projectiles. But are you really going to do that very often? Is that an ability you want? Because it doesn't help with traversal, so... It's purely a combat ability at that point, unless I literally have walls of projectiles just firing. Then it could be a traversal, I guess. That's like, you know, the I'm immune to lasers kind of thing, where you just have like a mirror thing where you're immune to lasers. But it's a steampunk game, so I don't have lasers, obviously. Can't do that. I can have electricity going through things, and you can be immune to electricity. And that might actually be a judgment ability. Like it's traversal being immune to electricity, so I can have electricity walls. And then give it other abilities too. That's fair, boy. Like, to be fair, I mean, I actually kind of go with your methodology more than you think, because the Fool's a giant squeaky toy hammer thingy. And the Fool has nothing to do with giant squeaky. It's about the beginning of a journey. But when you think of a Fool, having a giant squeaky toy thing and a jester's cap on with like weird words popping up everywhere and like squeaking noises, that sounds like a Fool thing, so you know. But yeah. I might give Justice a gun. Right? I mean, we're talking steampunk era, which is right around the, well, actually, I'm doing more like 1920s steampunk, so probably closer to Bioshock Infinite. But you can have a gun. Fine. Yeah, I give out the Fool first. You could give him a trumpet. I mean, I was actually considering a Tesla coil for it, because I figured it would kind of like a lightning ability. As you know, judgment, like, you know, like the whole God's judgment type of thing. Because, I mean, I don't know if a trumpet totally fits that. I mean, but I was considering giving you electricity abilities, and like, because there's all these steampunk machines, I figured I could have electricity in various places as damaging areas, and then having justice allow you to, sorry, judgment allow you to pass through electricity or control electricity to stop it. Maybe even power up some things, but I don't know how well that'll work. That last one seems kind of a bit much. But I do need weapon choices for all these. This one has a trumpet in it. So it's true, there's a trumpet right there. But reflection, reckoning, awakening. So maybe, I don't know. To be fair, tower could be better lightning suited, but I don't know. Justice could actually have a sword too. There's a picture of it. Push, reflect, and just shove enemies away from you. I mean, I could do it with force and actually cause damage. You could charge up and then like shoot a blast that like knocks things away. I'll bring some notes up for this stuff here. Can make you fart. Yeah. Somehow I don't think that's quite the judgment people were expecting. I mean, I'm just saying it's an idea. Yes. Be definitely a thing. Pro card ideas. I'm just adding stuff to my notes. Yeah, maybe an enemy could do that. I don't like to make Poppet do that per se, but I'll add it to my list of funny ideas. I'll just add it on the bottom there of things that might get added. You know, I mean, it's possible. Enemy that hurts to deal damage, I guess? Question mark? Just so you can see, I really am actually writing that onto there. Isn't like the ideas thing where someone suggests a weird idea that I don't know if I'm going to use. I do write down a lot of the ideas that people suggest. The judgment has a trumpet. Power is up to release a blast that blows enemies away. Oh yeah. For some reason this A got stuck and I can't delete it because of that weird thing there, but actually never mind, it went away. I got moved. What just happened there, Google? You're weird. Yeah, I make these little things like that. Yeah, well, I mean, even if I don't directly use your idea, you might inspire another idea. And, you know, I mean, I work on these all the time on stream, so, you know, I mean, I might be making the Judgment one right now. I don't even know. I just was thinking about it. Judgment... Reflex stuff? Judgment... Open sound puzzles. I don't know how I would design a sound puzzle, but there might be something. So that's an interesting one there. That might happen. I'll have to find a trumpet. I don't think I have a trumpet model, but look at the streams. Probably at least 40 hours. But then I'd probably mess with it another 10 hours off stream. I really love game dev, so. But I have a regular job. DDR, huh? I don't know if DDR works terribly well in this. It's still a Metroidvania. When are you going to stop and do a DDR? Like, you could have something that is activated by sound, and you blow a blast at it, and it does something. That I can see. Airbending puzzle. Which airbending puzzle? Okay, yeah. That's more of the things I was thinking. It's just, you know, you trigger some ability in the or something in the world to move or whatever based upon doing that. Write down a bunch of these things that are mentioned here. So, and light radius. I'm just writing out a bunch of things that you said while I was hiding. I don't really know. It has to involve some kind of machines or something, but it's also kind of like its own little toy store type of thingy, so... So at this point, it's more theme parky than anything else. Sun gives power from light. That down too. Gives power... Light. You know what? Maybe, with the sun active, you also gain curse power in the light. Oh, but I have to change how the sun works because I can't summon a light if that's the case. But that's an interesting idea. When is the Poppet gonna stop and play DDR? Like, when's she gonna start dancing around all crazy? Like, why would she do that? Like, I mean, it's a Metroidvania, right? Like, she's going around, she's trying to escape this toy store, she's, you know, trying not to die from being in the darkness too long. So, is she really gonna stop and play DDR? I mean, like, there's a piano that you can run around on the keys, that's true, but... not really DDR. I mean, I might have some kind of puzzle with... I do plan to have a puzzle with the piano. Just writing down every ability that was mentioned in the chat. Justice chains enemies. Yeah. You see how DDR is out of theme? A little bit. A little bit. The DDR might not be quite there. So death is like other options are, as you can see, I'm just writing down abilities from the chat here. Charges up. A one-hit kill. Out from doing these things, but you know. I think those are most of what was suggested. Yeah, I'm just writing down the various things that were mentioned while I was fighting. Not gonna necessarily use them, but you never know. Justice also mentioned a damage reflection. The Emperor is about protection. That's one of the ones there, and right now it protects you from the water. I didn't show it off because, well, there's no water on this map. So I was gonna have various areas like that. A lot of the tarot cards are very overlapping in what they do as well. So I'm trying not to get too duplicate on my abilities. Like if an ability feels the same, it's like, eh. And it's possible I cut out the number of abilities to down just like 44 because I could just make the abilities more in depth too.
Good news, I found out the source of my problems. And bad news, it's me.
Yeah, pretty much. Thanks for the love, boy. Tell me, boy. I'm always the source of my problems. It's so true. So true. Yeah, let me load that level. It's already doing that. Yeah, any abilities you ever suggest? Like, I write things down. I write down a lot of things people say. Lots of things that have come up along the way, including other ideas for the temperance stuff. And some weird ideas that I don't even remember what half of them are anymore because, you know, like someone suggested a character with a fish swimming around inside them. I wrote it down just in case. You never know. It's weird. It might be fun. There's a meme with the turtle where it's actually the little Simba thing where, you know, if you ever see the Lion King where he picks up Simba and holds him up. And there's the meme where you yeet it instead. Simba gets yeeted into a thing like that. And that's why every time I see the turtle, I eat it. Well, Wheel of Fortune is not really about information, though, right? Like, that would be more like a High Priestess ability to show you the right way. But the problem is with the Metroidvania... Yeah, but Fate's not necessarily information, right? Like, it's mostly just letting life do it for you. But the thing is, with the Metroidvania... There's not like a direct way through the game. You have to backtrack to get all the abilities and go all these other ways. Like it's like a maze of the ways you have to go. You have to have the right ability or you can't bypass an area. So just showing your direction won't help that much. It could show you the next goal, I guess. But again, that sounds like a High Priestess ability because that's all about intuition, inner knowledge, and all those things like that. Whereas the other ones, I mean, that's why I was thinking changing the Wheel of Fortune to the one where it like taking the star abilities and give it to it, where it trades health for sanity and sanity for health. That sounds more like a fate-changing ability than the other. I don't know what the third ability would be. I have no idea. 3 abilities is really hard. 2 abilities I seem to have no problem with, but that third ability is tough. Yeah. This is probably the best example of the Emperor. Normally water just kills you, but because the Emperor is active, I have a protection force field. I don't make you equip the Emperor, so it's a passive in a way. I might just have passives that are just available for you to use. There's gonna be worlds underneath the water. I haven't put in water physics yet, so... This is, like, way far in, so... This is where you can trade your health for the thing there, like that. You go, okay. You run a long time if you want. Technically, with this and the Empress, you could probably go infinite. Wouldn't surprise me. But this actually doesn't increase your thing that much. Like, it sorta does, but it doesn't do it that fast. I mean, if it does that, you could just turn it on and off whenever you need it and just have a reverse effect. Like, it's like, oh, I'm in the light. Okay, well, I just want to get my curse back now, so I'll just activate this. Oh, now I get my sanity back. And it's just a complete heal. So like, that's what it would turn into, is just a complete heal. I mean, you can make it where it barely does enough to keep you even, but what does that do for you, right? Yeah, I have worlds under the water and everything like that, so that's why Emperor has to stay active the whole time, because otherwise it'd be stupid. I didn't even put a cost on it, just because it'd be hard to do anything. I'm not sure how this is going to pan out, so this is yeah, like, this is conceptual stage. A lot of this is conceptual stage. We'll mark that down. Wheel of Fortune. Reverse effects of light and dark. I'm not sure if that's what I want, but I might make an enemy that does that. Enemy that reverses the effects of light and dark. Yeah, like switching weapons over and over would probably not be that great. Like, you can already switch weapons over and over, so it's like, okay, what does that do for you? And it takes like a certain period of time for the weapon to appear too, so it'd be like a 2-second lag every time it's cycled, which I don't really know how good that would be. Like, I don't want you to have to switching all the time, and I considered having hotkeys for a few of the ones in case you had like some favorites, but most of the time I end up switching between so many of them that so sad it's gone. And it's possible I could set it where you could equip 2, but some of the weapons are like two-handed and could confuse them. Well, see, then Lovers already kind of does that because it charms them, which is kind of like a confuse. I mean, they just randomly attack things, I guess. I mean, Wheel confuses enemies. I have to actually code in the Lovers one. I intend for it to be exactly what it sounds like. But why would it do a gravity bomb? And why not give that to Tower, right? Like, that sounds more like a Tower ability than Wheel. Because Wheel's the, what does it say? On this one, I like this just because it has some simple ones. I go to a lot of sites for them. I mean, it has Inevitable Fate as an option, I guess. I don't know. I think when people think Wheel, they're not going to think black hole gravity bomb thingy. Yeah, I mean, like, I get the joke on that. That's fair, but I really don't think people are going to think that when they think Wheel of Fortune. They're probably going to think gambling and things like that. Which means it could have a coin toss while I'm thinking about it. As people are going to think gambling. Coin toss ability? Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be enough to really get people into that, right? Like, so many things put a circle on the ground, right? I mean, people are conditioned from like things like World of Warcraft to see circles on the ground for damage and stuff like that. So are they really going to think that? And I considered having Wheel just do something simple like spin things too, like rotate objects, and it might do that too, as it's like, you know, traversal ability. Because being able to rotate, you know, some sort of like, you know, objects so you can actually step on it might be helpful. But I'd have to design levels for it to be helpful, and it might not be that helpful. I think I want less traversal abilities and more combat abilities because of the fact that I don't have to design for combat abilities. I guess I have to do battles for them, but hey, you know, if you wanted to swap
for the right tarot card to win the fight, go ahead. Like Mega Man, right? If you have the right boss abilities, you whoop all over the other boss. Okay. Perfectly fine. But... I don't know, I was thinking more the tower being the gravity toy. With the black hole thingy. And random damage, I mean, like... The problem with random damage is it's not that fun unless the random damage is, like, disgusting. Like, it's either, like, 1 or, like, a bajillion. Like, nobody likes it. The random damage is, like, 20 or 25. Yeah, I considered something like that. We were talking about, like, a gravity bomb that you threw out there and it sucked things into it. Pulling all the enemies to it. I don't know how that would pan out. I mean, it'd probably be really good for dealing with trash. I don't know if I'd let it pull, like, big enemies. Probably just pull small enemies. It's a problem. A lot of these effects that move enemies around the battlefield are too good for purposes of fighting bosses. Like, how would the boss even fight back if you could just move the boss so wherever you wanted the boss to be? That's why I'm starting to think 66 abilities might be too much. And today is the day where I'm apparently clicking fix a lot for whatever reason. Because there's not just a fix all. Today's the day I've been reducing the scope of the game. Maybe. I mean... I mean, like, tower also pulls you with its gravity? As you can see, I'm just writing them down. So, I have the whole thing easier. Maybe. I'm just trying to figure out what I would do with that. Like, okay, you use this ability and it pulls or pushes you around. Well, if it pushes you, how is that different than just the air dash? Like, just launching you places? Like, I mean, like, do you gain something out of this? Is that great? And if it pulls you, is that, like, does it pull you towards a target really fast? At that point, is that not just a teleport towards the direction? Like, or act like that, basically? Like, there ain't nothing wrong with that, like the leap forward thing. But you can already do that with the moon. You can just leap forward. You can also dodge forward, too. And be invincible while you do it. So, would it help, or would it just hinder you to be pushed and pulled by your own ability? The other thing is, I was thinking of taking away the Wheel of Fortune, you get the star abilities and get the Wheel of Fortune, but if I do that, then what do I give the star? It is possible I revert them all to like 2 and I just make their abilities more complicated. And then there's less to find in the game. Because with 66 things to find, that means there's 66 different rooms where you find a tarot card. That's a lot of room. That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot. Like 66? Holy crap. And this is assuming no other collectibles. This is just the tarot cards. A lot of rooms have like multiple collectibles in them. Actually, they all do. Every single one of them does. So, yeah, 22 is very manageable. It's the fact that there's 3 abilities for each that is less manageable. That's what I've been contemplating today. Is I was like, going, okay, well, right now I have 20 of 66 abilities figured out in the game, and I really hate this track. I'm listening to random game dev music from Humble Bundle. See which ones sound good. Some of them are really bad. But yeah, like, I have 20 of 66. And in the first, like, hour and a half area, you get about, I believe, 8 of them. And there are going to be, so far, 6 levels in this place, because I'm cutting another one out. Which means that I would have to give out 11 of them per Yeah, that's what I'm starting to question. Like today is definitely about reducing the scope because the building used to be 9 stories, like 7 above and 2 below ground. And now if you divide 66 amongst that 9 things, it's a lot more manageable. It's no longer this 11 per bullshit that's just like, oh cool, 11 abilities per floor. That's a lot. That's a whole lot of abilities. You know how hard it is to design for 11 new abilities? Oh, hey, Fox. Thanks, man. You're so kind. Hopefully your stream went really well. I can add an ability? I mean, if you want. Right now, I'm like, you know, we're having discussions on what new abilities to add to the game. I'm just writing down ideas because, you know, they might make the cut, or they might inspire me. Pretty much. You lurk so much. Nice, nice. I have to include more ways to spend them. I made them cheap so people could spam them. Yeah. Yeah, like hashtag support villain seems to be working better on YouTube these days than Twitch. I'm feeling okay. Started out the day feeling terrible, but feeling good now. Or at least better. Or maybe I just don't care because I'm talking game dev, and after a while, it's just such a great distraction that I just don't care anymore. I'm like, yeah, good times, the best times. Wait, what is this here? So, 22, yeah, passively turned actives. I could agree with that, yeah. I might cut it down to 44. Did you? Well, that's good to hear. I have to swing by. I didn't even... Oh gosh, I didn't even get to... I think I was 15 minutes late to my own stream. How much free time I've had lately. Terrible. I only have free time when I'm packing orders. That means I can sit in front of the computer and watch streams. If I could take the water ability, possibly walk on top of water. I can add walk on water to the list. Star. Takes Emperor water ability. And walk on water? Sure. We'll call it the Jesus Star. It'll be great. That'd be kind of cool. Oh yeah, how's she doing? I mean, is she doing okay? We didn't hear anything. I hope that she's doing fine. I mean, that's rough, dude. It's just... I can't even begin to imagine. I don't have any kids, but you know. I don't know what I would do. Waiting. Oh yeah, those are rough. Like, they do them, but it takes a while for them to ever get back to you. I've had like 3 different MRIs done on me. They're like, yeah, come back in 5 days. Wow. Is she had cancer? Jesus. That's rough. Isn't she like, aren't your kids really young? I mean, like, wow, that's not good. Let's see. Stars about faith, walking away with good faith. Yeah, that's fair. Stars have water, it's true. Yeah. To repeat nightmare, the universe needs to stop trying to take my children. I agree, that's... Man. I can't begin to imagine. If I had kids and like just knowing something was could potentially happen, would be just, I don't know if I would handle it. I do not envy that. Is, man. Overall sick now. 13 like cancer. Cancer at 13? What the hell? Broken spine at 7? Year for chemo? What in the world? I have a 2-year-old master? Nice. Hopefully your 2-year-old is doing better than Fox's kids. Fox's kids aren't doing well right now at all. Like year of dev time, yeah. That's why you're not sick. It's your kids are getting sick from the dev. That must be it, right? I mean, every other dev I know is dying, but it's just get cancer at 7? How do you get cancer at 7? What? It's horrible. What in the world? Oh yeah, definitely. Like all things go wrong with kids. Yeah, it's just. Well, it's a huge lump on her neck. Damn, man. Oh no, Fox, that's rough, dude. You gotta apologize for that. That sucks that was happening. You're rather the sick one. I hear that. If I had kids, I would take the bullet for the kids every time. No questions asked, you know? If they were mine, you gotta protect your kids, you know? Sadly, sometimes you can't, and it's just like, so that's why I don't know what I would even do in your situation. I would be. Children woke up. Well, man. Oh. How would I even turn this water solid? I guess I could change its collision if Poppet touches it. Rope and staff tools, the best protection. Pretty much, yeah. I just let you have all the abilities equipped at the moment because, you know, why not? Just for testing. But I'm gonna have a water area in the second section. There's gonna be a lot more water, including like a pirate area to wander around in, because like there's lots of little dioramas for toys and things, and then big areas for people to wander around. So there's gonna be a lot of water in this section. This is the first portion of it, but it's also in the first chapter. It's just a taste of it. But it's not going to come into effect until later. I was also working on another mechanic. You see there's a ghost girl that's wandering around the place. She's the de facto ruler of the place, and I'll show her off to you. She's in the very early stages of her stuff. She could definitely use a lot of movements. During the second spawning, you're not supposed to just drop into a room, so things take a moment to spawn in if you just drop into the room. Unfortunately. So one of the things she'll try to do is if you go near smoke, she'll try to pull you into it. For some reason she reverses around, I don't know why yet. Back from over there? How's she doing with that? With like, you know, the whole scenario. Hopefully she's doing okay. That's... Man, yeah, I don't know. This is rough. Yeah, for the other people, the feeling is Charlotte will come out of these and she'll try to crawl after you, and she plays a bit of a game with you. It's an instant kill if she catches you, so don't get caught. If you jump in these little safe zones, you're considered safe for her game. At least in this room. Well, maybe. I was gonna have the world do that. So I don't really think I'm gonna have the Emperor do that. Because being immune to, like, the big bad evil thing is... Yeah, like, you don't want to get that out too early. You know, just go without being frustrated, so that's a good sign. Nah, that's good. Sometimes school's just like, sometimes anything just to get your mind off of a problem. Learn a story looking at your laptop. Love you. Yeah, love you too, man. You know, keep me posted, man. Hopefully things get better soon. Hopefully that MRI just comes back completely clean. Man, can't believe shit. When George had cancer at 7. Jesus, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, there might be nothing. I don't know what symptoms center to the ER, but maybe it's just nothing. I've been to the ER for reasons that turned out to be things that just went away, so they never could tell me why, but yeah, hopefully something like that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, hopefully it's just a gland. Hopefully it's nothing major. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know. Don't always immediately assume cancer, right? Or some other horrible thing. It might just be something much, much less ridiculous. You're just like, yeah, yeah. Here's to hoping it's just something she ate, right? We always hope for that. We blame Taco Bell. Oh yeah, that past experience is rough. So you're saying Emperor's authority, structure control. What else can you control? I don't know about that one yet. What's she can control? Lever's already does charm. Let's see. Oh, yeah, you're not that. Yeah, I'm happy to keep chatting like that. I'm just responding back and forth to the two conversations. Just so I'm not ignoring anybody and they don't feel bad. But yeah, I mean, keep me posted, man. Like, let me know how that goes. That's just, I don't even know what to say, honestly. It's just, nah. You gotta apologize, man. Like I say, that's rough. I wish you only the best, and her too. Like, just, man, it's rough. I do not envy you in that scenario. Well, thanks for lurking around. And then, yeah. Perfect noise. Exactly. Let's see. So, what are you saying here? Here, go back to all the things here you're saying. So, Emperor's authority, construction, control. What else? Control. And I didn't have a good idea because Lover's already charms things. It's already control. Barret gives a charge attack. Maybe currently summons like an actual just airship thingy, which means, I mean, it would probably just give attacks while you're in the airship. Like maybe a thing that makes you fly faster for a while, I guess. Fires a cannonball is an option. Emperor is something with keys. I don't know what it would do with keys. I mean, you already used the Magician to open doors with the keys, and you get the Magician really early. You need the Magician basically to play the game. But I don't even make you equip the Magician in order to... No, I do make you equip it to open the doors. That's right. So you do need it. Yeah, I'm not sure how I remember these are yet. Well, mostly they were just her chasing after you, kind of break up the game. Acting more like a horror element in a way. She just kills you if she catches you. She don't get caught. But she's pretty slow. But she appears on multiple occasions, so she's kind of obnoxious like that and just kills you, so. She can be tough. It's like a maze you gotta get through, get the keys and things like that. So I don't know what it would do with keys. That's the thing with the Emperor. I really don't know. Like, I think I might swap it to just a mere 44 abilities. Just the more I'm thinking about it, the more I just realize that, I mean, I still got to program another 24 abilities, so it's not like I've got 0 abilities to program, you know. It's going to be a moment. I was moving this here so I could squish a floor out of the thing, because I don't want another floor. Like, I don't need another floor. I think that I'm fine with just how many I have. Which means I move this hard down here. So I was gonna already have this crazy lab room down here. The pipes went up here, mostly just to hold this heart thing. Yeah, today is literally about removing scope. That's what I'm doing. I'm removing the scope so it's not as ridiculous as it was. Because it's too much. It's just such an insane scope for what I have going on that it doesn't seem worth it. Maybe I put the heart here. That'd be fine. Maybe. It originally did actually have a shield as an option. The thing about a shield is you need to have some reason to want to use it, right? Like, are you going to switch mid-battle for like the 2-second swap to the Emperor just so you can use a shield? Well, the attack will probably have hit you by then, so that won't be helpful. And you're not going to want to keep doing it. So it's like, is there some sort of like area it protects you from? I mean, it kind of already does that for the water. It acts like a shield against the water. It could act as a shield against electricity as well. This might be okay actually having that there, or I could put the heart right below it. I kind of like it higher up, honestly. Yeah, maybe I do that and just kind of reduce the, we're just removing an entire layer thing. I don't want this crap here. Let me just go ahead and deplete these a bunch. Let me remove the nav mesh. Firewire electricity, the cost of sanity. Well, I could have fire areas and electricity areas. Like, those seem reasonable. Because, I mean, it's steampunk, so having those kinds of things, or even Steam itself as a potential option of things to protect against seems reasonable enough that it could be in the world. Emperor... Hexagons. Next item. Fire, water, electricity. Cost. So it's not a bad idea. I mean, it could happen. I'm just gonna go ahead and remove these things here because I'm removing a whole floor. Yeah. Be fine. You still have access to this up here. I just get rid of... I made this whole little setup here, but I don't think I need it. I can put it somewhere else, I guess. Did I just borrow it? I might borrow it. I went to all the trouble to make it. Let's see, what are you saying here? Maybe. The thing is if you can just dash through it, then the Emperor is kind of pointless, right? Like, it needs to be a thing where you're blocked because you don't have that ability. Because it's a Metroidvania, so I need abilities that you need to have in order to progress the game, right? Oh, enemies have those attacked. Reduce damage from them. If you're going to equip the tarot card, I would just make you immune to the ability outright, because you have to go to all the trouble to do it, which means you have to time the attacks with like a 2-second delay. So it's like, yeah, like, you're not going to equip it in time to prevent attacks unless it has some kind of ability that's just like a weapon that you're using the whole time. Like, if it had a weapon that you used, then you just had it equipped against the kind of enemies that dealt those kind of damage, it'd be pretty good. But if you have to swap to a weapon every time you want to do it, it would be terrible because you'd never be able to time anything. And then the weapon has to be effective against those things, or it's not that great. Like, and by effective, I mean it has to mostly just be something you'd want to use against those. Some enemies just are not very good to use certain things against because it's such a pain to do. I don't know how good this is even going to be, but maybe I just put a thing up here anyway. I'm just going to leave it over here as something to use for later, I think. Take this out. Get rid of this too. That's fine. It cuts out a whole floor. I had a control panel up here. The control panel's down there too. I don't need to. I'll just delete it. Good to see a traverse cards too. Fair enough. Oops. Welcome back. Yeah, it could just be a traversal card. Some of them are. I mean, it's not like it's worthless as a traversal idea. So maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of that's going to come down to the level design for later. Like, it's an idea. Like, I'm writing it down because I'm not designing the area that the Emperor probably be useful in unless, like, until, like, the water area where you would get it at the end of, like, the second chapter. So anything before that, I don't really need to worry too much. I just have underwater areas that I'm adding that, you know, they're just there. I don't know why this is going to stay here, but I'm just going to keep it here as an idea. I'm going to delete this one, though. Just have, like, a tunnel created out of this to remind myself. But I might want to do a tunnel effect with this for some reason. Because, you know. Same reason I kept these things. I don't need to keep this. It's just a regular thing. But, yeah, I think I'm going to revert them down to 44 abilities, though. Just the more I think about it, the more I'm just going over the various things here, and it's like, you know, maybe I don't need to have so many abilities. Maybe I can get away with a few less. Oh, I don't need this. Maybe 7's fine. 4 or 7. Like the same number in a not really kind of way. Uh, 7.5. Yeah, I just don't. I don't like passives. I mean, some passives are okay, I guess. It just depends. If it's like a passive, you know, traversal ability, that's cool, but I'd have to think about it for whether or not I wanted too many things to have them. They're just not exciting. That's the issue. Like, I mean, this doesn't even have a thing up yet. Oh, this is actually supposed to be another floor and I haven't put it in yet. Yeah, let's just mark this as another floor, I guess. Or maybe I put the buildings here. I don't know. I'm kind of in, yeah, that's what I think I'm doing. Just gonna take them and switch them up a bit. I'll have to adjust how the first area plays out and give you more Empress abilities early on. Like, maybe I'll give you the explosive ability really quick. And the healing one is an upgrade. Because that gets me almost, like, if I do that, I'm almost halfway done with all the abilities. Right now, I'm not, I'm working on being a third of the way done. And the big issue really is 11 abilities per floor is a lot. It's just a lot. Versus having, you know, less than 9 abilities per floor is a little better.
I already have 8 available in the first floor, so it's not that hard to get to 9. Rotate the camera, yeah. That's right. You're stuck in one direction until you get the wheel. You just can't walk the other way because you can't see where you're going. Ha 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 ha. It'd be funny. That's like DLC quests. It was long ago there was a game where like it was a joke on like all the DLC things, and one of the DLCs was the ability to go left. You just couldn't go left with that until you had it. You wanted sound effects, DLC. You wanted jump, DLC. It was everything in the whole game was DLC. And you beat the final boss by literally buying the like better and better weapons in order to fight him. He sold you the weapons to fight him. Like mid-combat. It was so dumb. It's funny though. But it was so dumb. But they could have just called the game EA the game and it would have been the same thing. Yeah, I'd probably do that. Just, oh, what am I doing? Geometry brush. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably what I do. 11.5 is the height of the normal thing? Is it? I thought it was. Oh, it's in the ground. I was like, wait a minute. Depending how I would combine things like that. I guess the Fool would be pretty done already at that point. A lot of these would already be done. I wouldn't have to think of anything new for him. Of course, the Fool could just have another attack too, so it wouldn't be that hard to give it a new thing. But it wouldn't feel very special. I can make their abilities more complicated too, like additional attacks and things like that, as opposed to just one attack, I suppose. Got a good stretchy. The Magician already lets you like manipulate things like light switches and things like that. Like if any small object lets you manipulate it, basically. I don't know about changing the level of the water. She doesn't really get the ability to do huge effects, right? Like manipulating this huge level of water here, that's like a big effect. And that seems almost ridiculous for her to have. So all of her effects are like small and localized on her, right? Because she's a tiny doll. So I kind of prefer to keep all the effects smaller, you know, very small ball, so you feel like a tiny doll manipulating the world around you, but not like a big amount, just little bits. Like her defense for being able to open doors is that she's just moving the door handle. She's not actually moving the door itself. The question is, why patches of ice? Well, she could make patches of ice, I guess. But how does Wheel of Fortune match with ice? Like, does it? Yeah, like, it's just like if I was gonna put ice on one of these things. I mean, I could see death icing things. Maybe the Hangman. That seems kind of really ridiculous. I mean, the Magician's already used up, so I can't use anything Magicians. You can just cheat with the Magician on a lot of things. Yeah, like the Chill of Death thingy would probably be about the most thing I could see with like ice. I don't see where the other ones are. Temperance, maybe? Temperance has the bubble one, so it's kind of already like a water ability in a way. Because you're just basically, it's effectively a paralyze for the enemies, right? But they float in a bubble, which is more fun to watch than a normal paralyze. Technically, the Hangman would also probably be a paralyzed thing too. It actually says sacrifice, release, and martyrdom as its abilities, right? So it's like, when people think the Hangman, they think the news thing like that. So that's like,
I guess I could make one of the new abilities. I was just walling this area off because I got tired of seeing this giant open area and nothing to put here. Because I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. I just don't have a plan for it. Loss of control. The problem is it's just like what Boyo Tommy Boy said. It's like, you know, when a player thinks of these things, they ain't gonna think of some, you know, weird exotic meaning for stuff. They're probably gonna think of the most basic type of idea of what the card says, and like, you know, they're gonna think like, you know, they probably think that game show or something, they spin the wheel or something and a random thing happens. So they're probably expecting some kind of a random thing in a way, even though it's like a changing fate thing, or like it's like a fate-based thing or something like that. So I guess that is chance. But yeah, like they're gonna think that kind of wheel where it's just like, you know, like a gamble mechanic is essentially. So a good gamble mechanic would be okay for it, but yeah, like, but they're not gonna think that. You know, the whole changing of fates, things like that. All that stuff's not gonna resonate terribly well with them. So I probably want to make it just a pure gambling toy with bizarre gambling mechanics. Random seasonal effect. Okay, well, like, what does that translate to in a gameplay, right? Like, what is the seasonal effect? Like, it's fall. What happens in fall? Leaves fall on them? Some wind? Like, does that make a gameplay thing? Like, if you're gonna use it in combat, is that gonna be a thing? Like, if you can just use it over and over randomly until you get the effect you want, like to solve a traversal puzzle, then it's not gonna be very good. Because that's not gonna be fun. So, like, in a lot of these cases, like, how does it turn into a gameplay mechanic? Is usually the question I ask myself. Because it's either combat or it's traversal, right? Those are the two things that it can do in this. I know there's people you can talk to, because there is a toy world you get to, actually a painting world you get to go to, which you can rescue toys and like create like they kind of provide story, if you will, but I'm not gonna have any kind of dialogue-based powers. This is not like an RPG thingy. So I think I'm just gonna wall this one off here completely. Probably. So maybe, I don't know. I'm thinking I might just make an over-the-top gambling thing for it. I don't know what I'm gonna do for it, but just something that's just like, you know, sounds like they stepped into a casino. Because I think that would probably resonate with players a lot better than anything exotic, if I had to guess. Yeah, I mean, because gambling is just like inevitable fate too. It's just that anyone who sees Wheel of Fortune is not going to think that other crap at all. They're going to be like, nah, man, this is what it means. And you could try to explain to them something different, but yeah, like, how is that a gameplay mechanic? Like, what am I doing with this? That's the big problem. How does anything turn into anything? Yeah, like rolling a big die would be totally a thing that would be like, it does something because you rolled the die. That's probably what I'd write down to, for that matter. It sounds like something that would be a lot more fun. Roll a giant die for a random effect. Or something like that? I don't know. Because like it had some like coin toss ability, some kind of rolling a die for something, and I don't even know what third ability would be if I was going to do three abilities. Like caltrops? I mean, it's funny, but here's why that's not the best thing. I have to have animations for all the enemies slipping. I'm just saying. Like, there will probably be 100 enemies in this game. It's a lot. So any ability that requires me to have special animations for all of them? Yeah. Yeah, like I say, it sounds cool. I think it's funny, but there's implementation and I'm a solo dev, so if at any point, you know, something would add an incredible amount of extra work, it usually gets axed. Like throwing dice, they could be exploding dice that like oh, so that's true. They could be exploding dice that roll random numbers and do damage based on what they roll. Throw exploding dice that do random damage based on a roll. Based on what they roll. Because throwing dice at people would probably be pretty funny to them, and I think they'd like that. And I mean, it's just another projectile weapon, for all intents and purposes. I'll grab myself another drink. I'll be right back. Currently, the damage is pretty low, but the most damage in the game, something does like 50. I haven't really got a good scaling for the damage yet, or how I'm even going to upgrade damage over time, if anyway. I don't even know. Yeah, I would throw like a handful of dice out there, and they probably just hit like random areas. Like, let's go to my construction yard because building on construction is faster. Rest in peace, ads. Rest in peace. People just need Amazon Prime so they can sub for free. Yes. Yes. No ads. Why? Oh. Never drag these out. Always select your material first, because if you do that, then it'll put on all the sides. Do I even need to make a special cube for this? I mean, I guess you get a static mesh to make a thing if you want, but am I going to do anything? I guess I get a better... I don't know. I don't think I even need it. I could just literally put a cube inside of the blueprint thingy. Sure. Alright, weapons... Wheel of Fortune. Yeah. Sometimes Twitch gets feisty. Depends on where you're at. Like, if you're in like a first world country, Twitch just sends ads like crazy. If you're in like a third world country, a lot of people I talk to, they don't even get ads. I'm in California, so I get added like crazy. I'm just saying. Oh yes. Oh yes. The ads, they are strong. Yes.
I guess I'll just do one of these ones here, and do I want it to roll like that? I can just borrow his thing and launch him. I mean, it's just another one of these, so... Actually, Wheel of Fortune. I don't know. Like I say, I think I just want it to be a casino because I think people would just enjoy it. Maybe? Like, it might just rain down coins everywhere. I don't know. Like, it just starts raining coins and hits everyone nearby. Right? But it randomly hits things, so you don't even know what it's going to hit, just an AoE area, and it might hit you. Just randomly drops coins from the sky or something. Or even dice from the sky. Wow, or something like that. Maybe? Oh, that's the options. Coins randomly from the sky hitting anybody? Even you? This rotation's really boring. I'm trying to think of how many times I'm going to want to use that. If there's just two abilities, then half these things I don't even have to think about anymore. It's just like, oh, cool. I kind of want to have a reason to equip every single one of the tarots, though. Which means I need to change strength up a bit, because it just doesn't... Also, stuff like the moon would be more fun if it had a third ability, so... Actually, I already have cubes. What am I doing? Cube. I know I have a million cubes. Do a black cube or something. Yeah. If I make you equip them, then things like strength would be really tedious. I might make you equip it anyway, though. I could do that. In order to traversal, you have to equip strength. Give it an animation for it or something? I don't even know. How you rotated? Thanks, I hate it. Static mesh. I don't know why you rotated. That doesn't seem like you would be rotated. But maybe the whole thing's rotated. Should copy one of Poppet's one there. Player. Maybe. I just don't know what it does necessarily. I guess I could have areas where it's why like things like that where it's just nowhere to go but the water. At that point it's kind of like the chariot, right? I mean I could just make the water impassable. Like the water could simply have a thing on it where whenever Poppet overlaps its thing, it just literally goes, oh okay, it's changes collision. But it's not like horrible. Hope, faith, rejuvenation. I mean, maybe. I'll think about it. I mean, I might build it just a test thingy just to see. Because it's not like, I mean, I can see how I can build levels for it, so it's not like the worst choice. And running on water is interesting. So it wouldn't really splash, I don't think, if I did it that way. Oh, thanks for all the help, Monster Litho. I'm happy that, you know, happy for all the ideas. I'll definitely build some of them. Or, well, I'll build something out of them. There's definitely a lot to think about. And I do need a lot more abilities. Maybe only 24. Starting to feel like I only want 24 more. Yeah, kinda. But yeah. I might actually give him a passive and 2 active abilities, and then just give the passive and 1 of the active abilities out at the start. Oh yeah, that's why I write them down. Like, you know, maybe I don't come up with the exact idea used, but hey, inspiration from anywhere, right? I appreciate it, definitely. Thank you so much for all the help on that. That's will lead to me thinking about many things. Let me add a 3D text on this one. Let's put a 1 here. Actually, I wanted to align it center. How big is this cube? I guess I can always just increase the size later. I don't care. But yeah, man, sleep well. I'll be here tomorrow night if you get bored. Many hours earlier than I am now. Like about 6.5 earlier than now. Yeah, 6.5 hours. Yes. Okay. So, where are you, font? Sometimes I just feel completely blind. Am I just changing the size here? I guess I can. That's fair too. 0.5 maybe. Am I putting a number on each side? Or do I just have it say a number up in the air above it? Because what I could do is literally just put 6 of these in here. 1 on each side, and then I guess get whichever one has the highest Z at any given time when it stops. And then it displays a number above saying what it landed on so you can see it, I guess. Would be one way to do it. It's not like horrible. I guess I can do that. Next one. Actually, let's create a scene. This is just so I can just get all the children of it. How are our dice numbered? Like, which side has what on it?
I'm assuming there's like a randomization they set up for them so that they're not like all next to each other. Looks like one is on the like two is on the same like has one on one of its sides. So if one is on the side, then two is up. So can 3 be up though, is a thing. That means 3 must be like on there, and so it goes like this, and then 3 is above these two. These are things I never thought about, where the numbers would be on a die as far as how they go. Oh, I'm a goofball. We use the Griffey font. Oh, well, I technically needed 2 of these, but... Oh. Well, that's awkward. I'm gonna do that just so I can change this 1 to 1. I can't have a duplicate name, so... Main text 3. Sure, I could have just used a random die, but I'd rather make my own. It's not that hard. Got a lot more character. Okay, and then 4 is on the same side as 2. Actually, 1 and 4 are also on the same side too, so that means that... And it looks like 2 is on the other side, so that means 4 goes here on the other side of the 3. I guess they should all be the same direction. Just so they looked a little better, because right now they saw weird and... Focus. Is it gonna be also lazy? That's fair. They're just being weird and I couldn't find the thing, so I just figured I would cheat. I'm making a die that when you roll it, you get like probably like a random damage or something like that, a random explosive, or just something, maybe a random effect. I don't know. For Wheel of Fortune, I was just gonna make it a gamble thingy. I think people will understand that best, as opposed to you know, the other. So on the side of 3 and 2 is 6, so that means 5 is on the side of 4 and 1. Well, once the 5 goes here. What in the world are these numbers? What I'm going to do is I'm going to get all the children of this
And then check to see which one has the highest Z after it has no velocity. At least that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Now, I could have done this probably an easier way than this, so that's true. But I didn't, so that's my explanation. Woulda, shoulda, coulda, didn't I? Honestly, this... Oh, to me, actually looks like it's sticking up pretty well. I could make these so they don't stick out at all. I probably should, in all honesty. Job one's just going to be to launch it. Sure. Next result. The problem with the result thingy is how are we going to have that? Also, these things should be literally on the oh, that's dumb. I don't need a scene. I just put them all in the static mesh. They're all going to roll with... One second, why in the world does this thing seem like it's just rotated a bizarre way? Just seems like it is, but I don't know why. This part's a little harder. For now. Okay, I have this code somewhere else. One second. Right here. Yeah, just the get velocity vector link, just because I forget a lot of these things, so rather than remind myself all the time, I don't gotta. This is not a character. It has projectile movement, so... Custom event. Why is custom event not wanting to come in? I don't know. Oh yeah, no, I have to actually make the custom event first. I'm dumb. I was connected up to that. So, roll dice. So the first effect I want is just to make it do these things like that, and I'm just gonna have it do this effect here, and we'll wait for it to stop. We'll run roll dice here, right here. If it doesn't stop, just so we keep running this event here, and then I'm gonna go ahead and add roll dice up to here. Just connect this puppy right on up here. Alright, and then... Okay. Get children. Context sensitive. Okay, you want to do it like that? Like that. Get children components. Static mesh. I don't know why it wants it that way, but that's fine. I don't need the descendants. I don't really care. 4 each. Can I get relative, I guess I get world location. Um, second. I guess they get added to the same position, right? I only want the Z, I don't care about anything else. So we split this. Remove that from the thingy first so it doesn't scan through every blueprint and try to do that. Because it would take forever, and there's no need to do that when I could just do this and it would be happy. Just add to array, I guess. Just array add. Oops. So I'm assuming they'll keep the same position because they're going to get added one at a time to those. Sure. And then we split those into there. Let those array like that. The next thing there I want to find... This is like a max int node, right? Max int of array. Is there a max float of array? Yes, there is. Alright, so turn value Z here. We're just gonna print string this one here, I think. For now. it should just be the int I care about. I don't care about the value per se. I just care about that it says the number. And then Poppet needs to be able to summon this projectile. I got a good neck pop there. Wonderful. This, like that. What's this called? Wheel attack projectile, I suppose. Wheel of fortune. I guess. Right now, we'll just call it that. It doesn't really matter. I'm not giving weapons for it yet or anything like that. I'm just gonna make a thing that works and go from there, right? Oh, Wheel of Fortune 1, I guess. I'm just gonna start numbering them one at a time like that. I think it's easier than what I was doing there. Which one's for the Empress? It's easier if I just clone a bunch of crap and save myself the time and effort. First off, I really hate when they're not on a grid. It's hard to see them. I'll probably sort this later. I originally just made a thing that was fine, but seems good. I'm gonna have to go set up all the weapon things, even though she doesn't have a weapon yet. Doesn't matter. She doesn't have to equip anything. Actually, I don't need to do that. I can just do this. But probably I'll set it up anyway. Oh, Wheel of Fortune's already on there. Cool, good for me. And then she doesn't have any weapons for it, so there's no point right now. I think that's all I need. No, it's not, because I forgot to tell her that she has the card in the first place. Gotta use the actual system design to give you the card. Yeah, I think I'm gonna revert down to 44 abilities. Nothing, huh? Alright. Worked on the first try, it wouldn't be very exciting now, would it? That's incorrect. I would very much be happy if it worked on the first try. Hey Mick Matech, how's it going? This is Spellbrand, right? So Oh, never mind. Wheel of Fortune 1. This is where I screwed up. Pretty good. Had a discussion about various abilities, and now I'm doing that. Making some new thingies. Fires a projectile, but it's missing some stuff here. Not an enemy projectile. I'm just going to get rid of these things here. Also redesigned basically I've been lowering the scope of the game a bunch today. I took the top 2 layers of the building and slammed them below that and restructured the central portion of the building so that they are much more interesting, I should say. I might not want these to have a lifetime on them. Might just make a separate thing. I'll show you in a second. I was just testing this out. He's destroying itself and it counts as hitting her. Why is it hitting you? I did copy an enemy one there. I'm probably missing something on it. Enemy thing there. Of course, I turned off any projectile, so. Yeah, reduced the building by 3 floors, honestly. That was huge right there. That was a third of the game just removed. Except the top 2 floors, they were originally going to be the lower floors anyway, and the basement doesn't need to have 2 floors to it. Not really. This doesn't. Nah. And we reduce it down to 44 abilities for the tarot cards. Yeah, now the central section of the building is glass instead. Various areas inside them. This area is completely unworked on. That was that one. So it should be much better. It's supposed to be viewed at night, of course, but and I'll obviously fix the grass area around the outside. Not too worried about that right now. Yeah, it should be more interesting. And that means that I now have, you know, a good portion of 2 floors designed. Yeah, I think it's way better than the previous version, which I kept on the other map, kinda. So that should be interesting. And then I'm just reverting it down to, like, you know, a couple floors at the bottom, and then 1 basement floor. But I put the lab in there, and I just moved the heart down and got rid of the things up here. I didn't want it to be 2 stories. I just don't think it needs that. And that's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't know, that projectile's hitting me, but let's stand somewhere that's like exciting to look at, right? You can stand in this room and throw dice. Projectile effect choice, it's an enum. Right here. I might want to do this completely differently and not base it on projectile physics, honestly. Make it on the projectile. Get through it. And it's saying the number, but it keeps landing on 2, which seems incorrect to me. Or I guess 2 keeps ending up. Is it this like a loaded die? I could just do a projectile thing and not do the rest of this stuff here. I don't know if I need the extra crap on there from the thing there. There's a wind destroyed. Extra effect. Okay, I guess I planned for this because I'm just cool like that. I plan for a lot of things. Also, a lot of times what happens is I just come along and add it later. Like I was tempted to just add the effect into, so that could happen just as easily. It's one of those things, you know? Could go either way. So does projectile movement have like random rotation? Bounces, sure. Foaming. Rotating movement, I get way to do this. Rotation rate this. I just want it random. Projectile movement already handled that, I thought. 1 second. I mean, I can set rotation randomly if I want.
Oh, nope. Was that off? I had to switch my earbuds out. It's just saying battery low over and over. And that sucks. I don't want to hear that every 5 seconds. Battery low, battery low. I got it the first time. The real question is, what does it do on all of its random things? I mean, is it so simple that it just does damage to things, like, or like maybe heals, or? Does it just have 6 completely random, bizarre effects? Do I have a dice option here? What's on my audio? I don't think I have one, but I can just go to free sound and find one. Freesound.org. I might just have a die roll too before I get too crazy. I should really sort these into a thing. Do that off stream because it's awful to watch. Because it just takes forever to do any of those things. What was it called? What did I put into audio? Mida. Yes.
2.
I can say the number.
2, 3, 4, 5.
It's kind of funny. Nice. No. Let's roll. Put a free sound here. I mean, that's not terrible. Maybe this one's the one. Not bad, not bad. Download? Okay, like that one's real long. Buddy, pal, friendo. Oh. One, please. I'm going to free sound myself a die roll. I have dice I could control myself, I guess, too, but
That sounds like a lot more work than downloading one. I'm just saying. Wants login information, so I will obviously do that separately. Make note of the thingy and my back up stuff real fast. All right, free sound credits thingy. All right, just write all the various things here. And then I don't have to remember. And maybe my credits can be 2 hours long like Assassin's Creed. Probably not. So for the assets, it will be pretty long, I imagine. I don't know why I'm quitting IQ, but I just am, I guess. Right, and then yeah, let's found that location, I guess. I don't know. I mean, they ain't gotta be like, you know, perfect. Hit actor, location. I want to say I should probably play it after it stops. Yeah, I should play it after it stops. Because by that point, it's going to have a much slower thing there, so it's more likely to hit something. Oops, that's not how it works. You got to do it that direction. Smart. And then for here, let's switch on the die roll result here. Switch on it. Perfect. Yeah. It won't be multiple things at once until I save. Sure. Result sound. I'll just move this all over here. I'm gonna have to split this anyway into 6 different things, so I'm not really doing a lot of extra work by doing this because I'm gonna have 6 different results of what it does. But I might as well have it have a name because, or have it play the thing there because I don't know that. I literally have all those things where it's counting, right? So why not just use those? I mean, I already have them. I mean, not to use them, I guess. Hero Jack? That's fair.
1, 1, 2, 2.
Okay, I think I just want the first ones there because I think they'll be better. 2, 3.
4,
There's only one 4 sound set, so I was like, wait a minute, why only one? I guess it just wants to have the serious counting for if you're counting to 3, and otherwise he doesn't have enough patience for the other. This is so I don't have to connect it to every one of those, like some sort of a heathen. A blueprint heathen, which I am, but, you know, I don't gotta be. I suppose I can be, but I'll just do this and go, Connecting this up right here. I think I did all of them right. He's up here, though. This will give me space to put all the crap afterwards, too, that it does. Well, one of those played at the right time.
6, 3,
Didn't say 4. It's depressing.
6, 4, 6, 4, 2, 6, 4, 3, 4, 2, 2,
5 has never come up once.
4, 4,
Neither is 1.
3, 4, 4, 3, 3, 3,
I'm assuming that's part necessary in there. I think I need to set this timing a little different, too. It's a little slow. This might not work out the way I want. Actually, you know what? Well, you want it to play when it hits is the problem. Or relatively when it hits. Is there an impact option? There's an on bounce. Huh. That's interesting indeed. Well, there's an on bounce. Now let's play the sound on a bounce. It's also got on stopped too, but on bounce might be okay. I know it's a die and there's only one of them, but you know, whatever. I was like about being played to be a blue. I should do. Yeah, close enough. What doesn't need this print string anymore? We can agree on that. Nobody cares. It already sang the number twice. Should be more than acceptable. Yes. No music in this room. Should probably fix that. Ooh. Yeah, okay, that did not work out the way I was hoping. I think the other one was a little bit better than that. Do that again? Why would you want to hear that again? That's horrible. Just go brrr, and like, no. Yeah. Let's just throw one at a time and it gives a random result. But you can easily throw more out. As long as you can afford to pay for it. Well, they're not rolling 1 or 5, which is weird to me. I don't like that. Oh, sir. I don't like it.
Six.
What else is not playing the roll dice?
2. 4. 3.
Yeah, it's never rolled a 5.
4. 4. 6. 1.
It got a 1. Still never seen a 5.
3. 3. 3. 3. 6. 4.
Weird. I could definitely do that. Teleport him to a cheater room. Of course, you know, it's a single player game. I'm not going to detect cheaters. I don't give a crap. If cheating the game makes you feel better, like makes you enjoy the game more, what power do you? You know? Like spawn sound, I think works better than play sound, right? Spawn sound attached is probably acceptable too. Well, I don't even need to attach it. Spawn sound location. Play sound is kind of like the crappy little, you know, cousin that just nobody really liked. That kind of thing. It's not very good. You don't really want to use that one. So much more limited. So I connected that back there, even though it didn't do anything anyway. So this stuff triggers like awkwardly at best. Ain't nobody want to hear that over and over. I guess if it just had a singular thing, but it would only play the noise when it hits. I probably just need a shorter sound, honestly. Because the current one is kind of not great. Great indeed. Free sound. What does the Creative Commons license on this say? Like free sound thingy. Share, copy, redistribute, transmit, and remix to adapt and modify as long as you credit the authors. Okay, so I can chop out the central part where it just has a really long start. Online sound editor. Editor. I had a favorite one I used to use. It was real quick and easy, and I didn't have to do a lot of effort. I don't need one that does a lot. Unless this has the option. Does this have the option? Let's see. Edit sound files. Wait a minute. Is there an option to play at the starting position? Yeah, there's a start time. Let's do that. What's the start time? That ain't helpful. Version 1.3. If I look at it on free sound, we start at like 0.4, 1.3. Make it faster. Close enough.
Six.
You can play a sound.
1. 6. 6. 6. 4. 3. 5. 4.
We got to fight by rolling it off one of these.
5. 4. 6. 4. 4. 5. 6.
At least we know it can roll a 5 by bouncing it off something.
5.
You got to bounce it to cheat the rolls.
1.
It's not playing the... Oh, I didn't tell it to play the roll noise. It's not to explain everything. Turns out you have to actually select the roll noise for it to play the roll noise. I know, it's weird, but it turns out that's actually how it works. I didn't know this, apparently. Why did I not know this? I don't know, apparently I just didn't.
Four. 4. 4. 4. 4. 6. 4. 1. 3. 3. 4. 1.
So now this comes down to the question of what does it do? Right? We have a system set up to do anything it needs to do at this point. I mean, it's not going to be a traversal mechanic. There's no way that's exciting. You just randomly roll until you get the traversal you need? No way. That's not fun. If it just did a random amount of damage, it'd be easy to program, but is that really that fun? Like, you just keep throwing it and hope you get good damage? Like, it could do like 10 to 60 or something, you know, and then no matter what you roll would make a big difference on how good it was. It's not very chaotic or anything. It could have all powerful effects. Problem is, it's only 6 numbers, so with only 6 numbers, I can't have anything that's like devastatingly bad for the player. You'd never use it. It'd be terrible. This could easily turn into something where it takes an incredible amount of programming, which is why I'm not 100% certain I want to make it like, you know, super complicated. Because again, I do have so many abilities to make. But if all I did was make it heal or do damage based upon rolls, it would be kind of awkward. Because it'd be very similar to the Empress. It'd be faster, but... Problem is, if it has a bunch of random effects, I need some sort of tooltip somewhere to explain the random effects too. Like I'll have to put it in the menu, explaining every effect. I could have it be really powerful, but it might heal. Like one could actually like do damage to potentially you or them. But if it was like, you know, it dealt damage to you 1 out of 5 or something, would be kind of, or 1 out of 6. I don't know how often you'd throw it. Let's say I want a bigger dice. Which I could make, obviously. You could just use geometry brushes to build the dice up. And as long as you put numbers on all the sides, you can always just call the various text events, figure out which one's which, and go, okay. So that's not a big deal. So obviously that works just fine. Oh. The thing about random effects, though, if they're not all combat related, you can just sit there outside of combat and keep rolling until you got what you wanted, right? Which would be kind of dumb. So it can't have like, you know, a give money effect because you would just roll it over and over and over like some idiot. Not fun. Because, you know, people would do it to get infinite money, but it's boring to sit there and constantly have to roll to try to get that. I don't want to present the player with a situation where that's a beneficial line of play because it's boring, and I want that. That's just not what I want to encourage. But in most cases in combat, you're really only concerned about, did you hurt something or did you heal yourself, right? So if it's a weapon, that's all you really give a crap about. It could spawn mini projectiles based upon the random things, or just like a different type of explosive effect. I worry about a lot of random effects and things. They turn out to being like, they're so random that they're useless, right? Like there's so many games where they present a random ability and they never use it because it's so worthless because you can't predict what it'll do with any kind of degree of anything. So you're just hoping that it works out, but most of the time it doesn't. And so like you never use it. It's like, why bother? And I don't want that. I don't want an ability that nobody uses. Because oh, it's not fun, right? You could summon a random minion, but the problem with the random minion is it's... I'd have to make AI for all of them. And what would they really do? What, just go towards a nearby enemy and attack them? Is that just not like a really crappy, like, you know, charm? Like a random result? And then I have to create AI for the enemies to attack that thing too, which I do not have. The enemies do not attack friendlies. Or not attack anything besides you. So is that work I want to put into it? It's a good question. I don't know about this. Like, I don't think I do want to put that in there because they'd have to be really smart. Otherwise, it would just kind of be like a crap summon that would just be like get mowed down. And is that worth it? I mean, a random minion out of a box is kind of cool. This doesn't sound that great though. Like the minion to be cool, except for that one, the AI problem. But then there's the whole it being more enemies on the screen. It's the resource problem of, you know, the game already gets laggy with enough enemies, I imagine. So if I summon a whole legion more, and they have any AI more complicated than just charging at something, then. But if it's just charging at something, can it just not be a projectile? Can it just launch random projectiles out of there? I don't have status effects in the game, so it randomly doing a status effect wouldn't be very interesting because I'd have to program all status effects. Maybe I just make it a damage thing and move on. Come up with a better idea later if I come up with one, because otherwise every other thing leads to a lot of programming. But later on, I might have more effects in the game, and it might imitate the effects of the other cards. But right now, I just don't have a lot of effects that it would do. And if it imitated the effect of a card, why not just equip the card you wanted? Like, it would have to be a better version of the effect, otherwise it'd be pointless. But if you, like, say you threw it and you got like a random Empress mushroom that did double damage or something, what are the odds the enemies are nearby to get hit by it? Probably terrible. Same thing with the healing thing. If the heals are so far away from Poppet, unless it's just auto heal Poppet, and then the healing mushroom would be horrible. Summoning a clone would do nothing. It could auto blow up, but again, why is that not just a projectile? There's not a lot of abilities you could summon for the tarot cards. They're really just not designed for that. Yeah, so it's really minions, completely random effects, or just use it like a damage or healing device. And just have one for damage and one for healing, I guess. I guess it could do an either or, heal or damage. It's like overlapping characters, get overlapping actors.
Well, half of them could heal.
Just hitting something with these are kind of weird because they bounce off of crap too, right? They're not like a regular projectile, they don't just break. I'll just program it like this, and if I come up with a better idea later, it's just I'm spending a lot of time thinking on something, and I just don't see a world where I'm going to program in a whole bunch of random effects right now, because that's like programming in a whole army of tarot card abilities, and I could just program in the tarot card abilities, right? Like heal target, I think, is the one there. Message. Or just damage them. I'll just damage them. I think I'll make a heal one like that. I'll just make it simple. Again, I'm gonna need a lot of abilities here, so it's possible I make it random and weird later, but for now, you can just be a weapon, I guess. Sure. This for each. Character has tag. Enemy. Edge. This way I didn't have to do code off all those. I could have done it differently, but if that was, I was assuming different effects for all of them, and I might still have different effects for all of them, but I'm a big advocate of just make something that works and then afterwards improve it if you like it. Otherwise, you know, ditch it. Yeah, you want me to save? Sure, I get it. Alright, so we'll do this here. And I could actually, well, I was gonna say I could duplicate it and make it so that it heal, like a healing version too. But I think I'm gonna put different voices in there. I'm just gonna make a whole different one for that and just duplicate and change some things. Because there's a lot of things I want to change. Target damaged. Message. When I did the Empress one, what did I do? Just to be certain I remember the options, because I set this up a very long time ago. Nothing extra, okay, fair enough. So we get the result here. Oh, it's the base damage amount, so I remember. Not trying
to grab that, but thank you. It's the job done. I could make other reactor on that, and I might, but I don't see much point necessarily. Alright, let's go find some friends. There's friends here. I like friends. So I'm about, well, 8 hours in the stream almost. I don't know. Well, there's no overlapping actors because there's barely anything to overlap, but I need to make a bigger toy. But there's already a sphere collision. You do a lot of damage. That'll hit something. Any cool particles? I guess I actually need to fix some of these because those ones I only copied some of the effects over, so yeah, it's fair. Regular particles usually more exciting. I feel like I have a confusion effect. This one is more explosions. It'll do. Spawn emitter. Occasion. What's it? I don't know. Actually, I just have a destruction particle. Here. I don't gotta do any extra. I included all in the other thing already. So I'm pretty certain I did. It's rolling zeros, it says. How are you rolling zero? What other change that would change that? I haven't changed anything that would change that number, I thought. 0 should not be a viable answer. Why are you destroying yourself immediately? I have to print string some things here to see what I messed up. I messed something up. Not a fan. Of whatever I did. I dealt 0 to him. That's because it's triggering that based upon the projectile thing. So maybe I don't want the projectile system that I was previously using. Better yet, I just need to go look at the projectile thingy and come up with an additional option. I could run the code here, actually. Convert all this to when destroyed. I think I just put nothing. And then I just trigger when destroyed myself. And just completely negate the whole system there, right? So it'll just roll. And then I could just call when destroyed here if I want. Or run the code right off of this too, for that matter. It doesn't even have to be anywhere different. Because I don't want it to do anything other than detonate the crap out of things after it's done. Twice, it's kind of weird, but sure. Not hitting them though, which is interesting. Also, is this this has nothing on there. Why does it say 0? Are we not setting the die roll result? Oh. I'm dumb. I have to, though I made the change on there, I didn't actually change it on here to the actual new projectile type. Right? Kind of important. Also hit the chat for whatever reason. I wonder why it plays that twice. It's weird. Still handing out 0, which is interesting. Don't need a when destroyed, honestly. Should have just made a regular thing. I don't even know why I bothered to turn this into the projectile system since I'm not even going to use it. Basically made this harder for no reason. Once. Never reset next, never doing it again. I assume because it hits multiple things, so. And how it ever gets zero, though there's no zero side, so. How do you take zero? You use Arch, by the way? Cool. I'm assuming Arch Linux or something like that? Or are you talking about like Arch, like how it's being thrown or whatever? Or I guess as many arches. We need some context, I suppose. Well, this one's working right here because it's saying the number. Oh, I forgot to put this in. I actually had programmed it right all along. I'm just dumb about it. Got to give a base value to the variable. That's usually the case. I program the system well. It's just the actual variables don't always work out. It's actually hard to hit with because they bounce off them. There also is no nav mesh, so I suppose I should put a nav mesh down and see how it pans out with a nav mesh. Because maybe it's just absolute garbage. Just seems like it's not going to be very good. I'm just type nav mesh. What am I doing? Oh. I guess before I go to sleep tonight, I have to package some cards up and sell them. I think it hit him and dealt damage too. guess the question is, do they hit Poppet or not? Or whatever. Blow up destroyables. I'll stand up for a second even though he's trying to fall asleep. Be right back.
like holding the rest of the house. Not like holding here, but after the rest of the house, I'm just like, ooh, wander back in here. Like, oh, okay. Not the worst. So this works. Could pop it some kind of a hat or something for this, or just anything. She could have like a $sign wand or something like that. I don't even know. Unless she hits people with the weapon, I usually just have them give her like a wand or something. Originally, she always had a wand, so seems fitting, I guess. Isn't there like a treasure thing or something I had? Ancient treasures. Did I keep all of them, or is it missing? Okay, I got a bunch of these treasures. I mean, I could just put like a die on top of the wand too. That's true. That's very true. Sure. Waste not, want not. Easier to type it than sit there and try to erase little bits of it and change them out. Just saying. Or static mesh. I thought when I copied it, it would get the cube too. Guess not. Nice. Might be that those numbers are... Do they even have collision? Do numbers have collision? Oh. Just checking. I was gonna say, I didn't think that the 3D text has collision. Pretty certain that ain't how it works. Also, I believe the 3 should be rotated. No. I guess it depends how you look at it. Sure. I can make the numbers glow. Do they need to glow? The question that I really didn't think about. Do they really need to glow?
Am I just sticking with that strategy and calling it square? It could also be like a money color too. I could adjust the color as I go as well. Is it worth the extra effort to do that when I could just as easily just change the color directly? Really making an extra color just for the bottom thing, is that really that necessary? I don't even know if it is. I think I want to do is add a rotating movement though. And then the way it works on this is pick a target for this. I did this in a building. You can get the code for it because I don't remember what the code was. I never remember this code. Okay, I have it in the spot anyway. I could look it up, but there's so much code in this, it's easy to just go, oh yeah, I had it here. And there it is. And you're like, yay. And this building does it. Oh yeah, the rotating movement goes in there, and the component there, it's just set updated component. That's what it was. There's no actual option to tick in there to do this. This is actually a extra little thing you have to do. I remember looking at that thing, it was weird they couldn't just, you know, go down the list of options for rotating movement. But nope, you cannot. Poppet does not need all these open. And it's a weapon graph. Oh, fair enough, Whippus. Thanks for, you know, hanging out, you know? You didn't have to do that. Always good. Oh, thanks. Have fun as well. Hopefully you get some time to work on your game. can have an Amazon hat. Sure. That's a skeleton. Sure. No wonder I did this here. What was the code for this one? Code for this one is actually event begin play. I thought it was. Just checking for everything being loaded. Oh, it's a construction script. I don't always remember all this crap, so you know. Oh yeah, the code for launching a hat if the character dies. And on these it was what? Element index 1, source material is the main thingy, I assume. I'm watching this, I guess. Let me double check how I did that on the others. Only one element. I think it's gonna be like 2 or something. It's gonna be whatever the element 2, that's what it is. I have to remind myself of this crap, otherwise I'll forget. Parameter I want to change on you. Diffuse color. Or like a golden hat, maybe? Is that even a thing? Usually she uses red, she uses black, and she uses white. Those are basically Poppet's colors, so... One F, two F, two Fs. You gotta check this stuff, because they might have misspelled it as well. And then you'll be sad. Just put it here. There you go. That's already set up, huh? Yep. Alright, so that should be everything I need. Actually, I could just push play on that. Oh, let's go land somewhere useful, huh? We'll play in the library, I guess. Is there a language down? Not really. Playing here. It's possible I want to be able to aim this thing and have it launch as opposed to just throwing it. Which would probably make it better. Okay, well... I'll agree that hat is huge. First of all. And it's the wrong direction. Before we even get started. Let's go somewhere where there's no enemies to make certain the hat fits. Actually, aren't many rooms with no enemies. You'll do. Slowly but surely, there are very few safe spots. Or completely safe rooms. That's still too big. I can maneuver it inside the to the right position while looking at it in the game, but scaling it's a little harder. It's not seems to let you do that. You could just hit people with that thing. Look at it, it's just this big old mace. I kind of want a 1 on top, not the 3. That almost fits. Since if you have this open, you can actually maneuver the hat. That's still backwards though, so I don't like that. Hat pit, pretty much. So many hats. What are you caught on, lady? There's collision on the weapons because she's hitting it and it's stopping her from being able to run. Like, why are you hitting anything? No collision, please? None, none, none. There's collision on the weapon though. Because you have collision. None, please. Poppet's number 1, yeah. Yeah, Poppet's number 1, yeah. It's a 1 on top. It's not because she's, you know, like, just really unlucky or anything. Nope, nope. I actually like the little rolling die thing on there because it seems fitting that, you know, that rolls too. Obviously it's rolling sideways because it would physically be impossible to do the other, but yeah, seems good. Actually, it's still rolling the wrong direction. You know what? That was awkward but interesting now. You destroyed that? Hard to hit things like that because they bounce off stuff. Why is that not breaking that? It might be this one that rotates. I can't remember which one it is, but I think I picked it right. Maybe not. It's even rotating the right way. Why aren't you breaking destroyables now? I mean, I'm okay with the weapons. I think they're fine. And the weapon and the hat seem pretty good. I still need one for the High Priestess. Am I just making wands for everything? It's fair, I guess. I don't need the building anymore. I just needed that code because I couldn't remember it. We saw breaking destroyables earlier, right? Is it game is behind everything? Also, these should be in this spawner thing, not just sitting out there, but for the purposes of what I need to do, it's convenient that it is there. It has the tag destroyable, so I didn't misspell it right. Well, it's still there just fine. Oh. I'm a goofball. That was my problem. Happens. Other actor. Might as well neaten it up some, right? Oops. The other actor was already in there, just there was so much wrong with it because I copy pasted it, but now there's so much right. Oh wait, I already have another actor. But the projectile parent has it, so of course I can't rename that. Oh. I almost made another dumb. Of which I will be making many, I'm sure. Actually, let's go attack some enemies. I probably want to reduce the bounce on it to not as ridiculous. Though it is kind of nice that it bounces around because it's kind of half the fun of it. I can make it do a lot of damage because it just bounces around. It's hard to hit with. So if you can score hits with it, then you deserved all the extra damage it does. I make it the most damaging weapon of all, but yeah, look how hard it is to hit these things because they just run away. You want to hit the enemies with them. If you can ricochet, you can get a lot of damage out of them. Oh, I ran out of sanity. Actually, I'm at 3 sanity. I don't understand that. I shouldn't be dead. That's weird. It's a trigger faster, but
Didn't kill the much, was watching. That's kind of a fun weapon. Right? Make a heal that does the opposite thing too, for that matter. Make it quick, make it easy. I may program something else random later, it's possible. It could happen. I probably would have the amount of effect on this one. How do the Empress projectiles do it? Talk in the chat. I think this one actually did both, right? Maybe not. That's ugly. Why is this so ugly? I said it neatened up later, never neatened it up. It's still ugly, but it's a lot less ugly than it was a second ago. That was hideous. Or whatever. Got to really separate it out into the healing plant, attack plant? I guess so. It's a child of the attack plant? What kind of a mad genius am I? What's this health change in the amount, huh? Okay. I just get to skip this whole part here and just be like, health change message. Yeah, player character. Actually, if it just rolls and heals, it's probably better. I don't want to have to try to run up to it because it throws too far. You can throw less distance, I guess, and then heal everyone nearby. Play out just like the Empress. Does NPCs have health change? Maybe. Wouldn't surprise me if I normalized that. Oops.
They do not. You have a target heal? This one doesn't have a target heal, does it? It does. Doesn't use it. Guess I didn't normalize. Here.
I could do all of them. If I did that, I guess it wouldn't want to throw it as far, but it's more fun if the die gets thrown really far. Maybe I just have it heal. Just throw it and heal. Here. And then back to Poppet. Oops. Let's call it one. Type it again, but I could just cheat. Go back to the tarot thingies there. Back to here.
Oh, that's right. Destruction particles are already set up. That'll do.
One, two.
Okay, that's the default value, but I don't know what the default value. I don't want a default value ever set for this. Yeah. Don't ask why I can't just hit this. For some reason, it's not letting me, so we're just do it manually.
Six, five, four, three.
I have a female voice for the healing die, so we can differentiate. They're kind of quiet though. Be louder, lady. I was hoping for a lot louder, but I'm not going to sound attenuated because you're throwing them, so you probably want to hear them. I would hope. What else changed the color of them? Did not equip it. Also, I have a lot less traversal mechanics and a lot more just weapons, right? Maybe that's just more fun. You just get to brawl. Make lots of combats. Is it even healing me? No. What is low? On base damage not should be 5, not 0.5. It heals 5 to 30 instead of like some low number that I don't care about. Still sounds incredibly quiet. Oh, because for some reason it didn't delete it and do what I wanted? Fair enough. How was it healed? Why? Yeah, you don't like splines, I get it. I don't care right now. Here's what health change says. Exactly. It's supposed to heal her here. Hmm. We're the player character. That seems fine. Is it even reaching you? $30? I should say. Like 9 hours in? Okay. Well, how much longer I go? I got health back. I got health back. It just doesn't really show. It's kind of hard to tell. When you bounce them off the enemies, it's actually pretty good. You don't bounce it off the enemies, it's really terrible because they go flying past them. They don't destroy afterwards, though. I forgot to connect that up. Right, because destroy actor was down here and I didn't do it. I'm probably just not going to use any of this crap. Imagine. I might do something with it later, so I'll leave it for now. But it's possible I make it heal everybody. That'd be fair, because you can really balance something by making it apply to everybody. Like, if it just gets all enemies nearby and heals them for the same amount it heals you, you'll be real... Like, it's a fast heal. But it's also random, so, like, you know, if you throw it and it heals, like, currently it heals for 5 to 30, but if you throw it and it heals for 5, it's not even that great. 5 isn't even, like, most enemies hit for more than 5. Hit heals for 30, it's pretty solid. I wouldn't call it OP.
Not terrible. Except they destroyed themselves.
Puzzles are so quiet. There's no attenuation. Just make her super loud. She's so quiet.
6,
What's this volume multiplier? People high?
6,
I could change it on all of them. I could just have her play it too. Do I care? I just change it on all of them, or just manually change it there. When you take a female who's already quiet to start with and make her even more quiet, I'm like, really? But why?
4,
I can barely hear her.
1.
Man, lady, you are quiet. Real quiet.
Six, 4, 5, 3, 4.
Ian? Holy crap, you were quiet. Honestly, I might increase the other one, boo. Not 30, just 3 is probably fine.
Three, four, six.
4, 4,
This is actually a fun weapon. Because for being effective, you actually have to bonk enemies with it. Because otherwise it goes way off in the distance and never hits anything. But if you bonk a target or you bounce them off targets, it can land against other things, so it can be more interesting. Or you can also try to aim it like higher or lower, I guess. Didn't really aim though. Yeah, it's definitely fun to do that with. And that provides heals pretty good. I mean, enemies are going to have to be a lot tougher for this weapon, but this weapon you're not getting it immediately anyway, so it's not like I don't gotta balance it yet. I can definitely make use of it a little later. But that means there are 22 weapons of the 66 designed already. It might only be 44 weapons. Yeah. Maybe. I have to go through and adjust the audio things later to have like a global sound thingy that it can pull from to find out how loud it's supposed to be. Because, well, when you change the sound settings, you got to change these sorts of things, right? It's not like a default just knows what is and isn't a thing. I wish it did. Still didn't finish all this crap I was supposed to do either. But I have 2 new weapons, multiple floors set up now that look, I think, better by far. I still have to merge all that mesh. I gotta mess with the walls a bunch to make certain they're not crap. But with most of this floor like having a rough design, I need like rough designs for 3 floors down here, and then after that, like a hidden area I want a rough design for, and I'll just, you know, add a few abilities. I'll end up tweaking things as I go, but and I just need like another 60 or 70 enemies. You know, it'll be fine. But I tell people, yeah, like a year and a half to go. Yeah, kinda. Enemies aren't going to make themselves, and I have a fair number. I guess one of them is a spawner. That's kind of like an enemy. It would be nice to say 15 enemies that are like not bosses. And like Patrick works pretty well, Vu looks pretty good, and Megabite works. So like 3 bosses. I figure each, you know, big old floor will probably have like 3 bosses or something like that. Like a major boss and then a couple little crap bosses. Just to elbows are popping. Nice. Long I've been sitting here, my elbows are just like all up. Yeah, so realistically, that means I'm gonna need like 18 regular bosses and then 3 bosses for the other area. So, you know, 21 bosses. It's possible I have less, but it just depends on how much I really end up needing them here. I mean, this area is, I'm gonna have to shrink a bunch of things down in some of these areas anyway, so it's not like it's really gonna be these size probably. Like some of them will be, but I don't think they're all gonna be these size. They're gonna be like shrunk down a little bit. Like secret little small rooms and stuff. That's what happened with the safari room here, is it ended up with a bunch of little small rooms attached to it because of the fact that it was just so big. Like it actually split off into like 3 dedicated side rooms, which I should probably close the doors on anyway. And then it split off into, that's cool, this has got the thing now, it's kind of neat. And then sort of a room. So I'm sure the other ones will get split up a bunch when all's said and done. I just can't see anywhere where I'm gonna really want them to be too huge all the time. I also need one room at least where you're chased after by Charlotte or something. Just kind of make that a theme of every floor, the one Charlotte room. So she know that she still loves you and wants to play with games with you. And it'll be on the way to the boss. I don't know where the boss is going to be in this one. I might do have this Midnight Garden room, which might be where the boss is. Or should I just call it the Midnight room? It's not even Midnight Garden, was it? Right? I didn't keep the door. Can't see. I mean, I can, but not very well. Over there so I can see. Thought I grabbed the door, right? Did I not bring the door with me? Guess not. That's awkward. Am I taking this with me anywhere? Originally I was gonna have like a place underneath here, but then I decided to shrink it way down. Due to the fact that I kind of just didn't need it. I think it just seems unnecessary. So, yeah. Makes this whole under area probably going away too. Purely on the grounds of, well, smaller. No seedy undercity for me. Oh. This, underwater post process, yeah. Not that much underwater here, so it's fine. I might raise the water up. I was considering making the water take up this whole area. If I do that, though, I have to wall off this area here completely. Because of how wide this is, am I doing that? Or would I like hallways? The cookbook hallways, or I can actually just have a separate little water area here. And leave this area unscathed. Not really set up for anything particularly interesting there, though. So I don't know about that. Oh yeah, because I didn't finish this up here. Night room. Let's see. Brush. Uniform's already on here. I might not have grabbed it too. That's that one. I didn't grab it. Okay. That's fair. I don't want to type brush. I don't need to do that. Oops. If I just have a door already made, before I get all crazy with it, can I just copy paste the door? I'd much rather copy paste the hole in the wall than make another one. Guess I completed those, huh? That's unfortunate. Oh well, there's me right. But yeah, I just pushed those two together because I didn't care. Is it even where I'm putting that? I don't think it is. It's not even there. That's awkward. Am I gonna want to hold this one? Maybe. I don't know. Sure. Boy, Tommy boy. I mean, listen, sometimes you want to hold that one. Oh my. Good times had by everyone. Mostly just me. Not question. Pretty much, yep. I gotta make a bunch more emojis. Okay, well, see, I was hoping to delete the brush, but I guess I did not do that. Oh. Well, first off, I don't know why I have two of these. I don't think I need two, but just make a hole in that front. The way it does it is you take a brush. And I'm probably going to expand this one out just so I can use this as an example anyway. These are geometry brushes. I don't want to go every direction. I just want to expand in one direction. Thank you. Yeah, undo. Here. Why not? Yeah. You go up to the place actors, you grab you go to geometry, bring these up here, grab yourself one of these fine beasties, place it on the map. If it's additive, you can see that it will make like a thingy, right? But if I pull one out here and make a negative one, subtractive I should say, wherever they merge, it will put holes in it, right? And you can put multiple holes in the same thing too, so you know, just in case you don't like you want something like that, you can do things like these. They'll put holes in multiple walls and things like that. So, and then when you decide what you want to do with them, you can actually, well, first off, you can actually select the like all adjacent, and you can actually change the mesh on them, right? To, you know, make it so that they're not ugly. Like, okay, well, I call mine 10 by 10, so then you're like that, and it's like, boom, now it matches everything. So you can do that, unlike with, you know, just placing like a cube on there, like a regular cube. And when you get tired of dealing with them, you just select all the ones you want. You go down here, and there's a create static mesh option. You type in what you want, you click it, and you have a static mesh of those things. You will have to add the collision afterwards. That's a thing. For some reason, it doesn't keep it like it does when it merges actors. But now you know. That's the secret. Very exciting secret. Like, oh my god, best secret that ever secreted. I made a little mouse hole to it too. Yep. Not really, but you know. Yep, that's the secret behind the brushes. And see if I get rid of it. Dunk. Uh-huh. Or I can push this one through, like make it like wider. Windows. Actually, I could put a window in this wall. That's true. Well, now that I'm thinking like that, Lord, please. Really? Throw proc material again? Jeez. Alright, so we'll grab another one here. You aren't selecting the glass? Wait, what? No, you. Selected. Should be using it. Yeah, okay, the black. Black glass, very important. Window. There's nothing stopping me from having these like windows in places. I don't know why I don't. Oh, the Nanite hates them. There's that, I guess. Look, now I have glass in there. Isn't that exciting? Not sure I want to put glass in there yet, but I'm gonna leave it because I'll remember it later and be like, oh yeah, I did that. There's an argument for putting black glass on these too. I wonder how that would look. Well, first of all, let's make it nighttime because I want to see what it looks like at night, since that's when it's going to matter, not the other. It's possible it'll just look terrible because it's already so dark. And that lets you see the city, but I gotta ask the question. Okay, well, that's terrible, right? Okay, I might as well not even have windows at that point. But never mind. We're gonna stick with that. It's too dark. It means the other rooms might be too dark too. Like, it might be pointless to even have this window. Which could be true. You won't be able to see much, so is it worth the time? Kinda not really. Ugh. For like 9.5 hours? Yeah, I should probably call it pretty quick here. Much fun as I'm having all these things. I do have work tomorrow. But tomorrow I'll be back to around, well, 9.5 hours before now, pretty much. I'll probably get to AI next time and maybe some more weapons, honestly. Weapon designs. I do need to take the rest of this crap and jam it down in there, so maybe I'll design a couple more rooms, fix these walls and everything like that, so they're not, well, a nanite nightmare. Like those. Because they need to clearly be fixed, since it should not look like that, and that's just an abomination. Which will further improve the FPS. I'll also build the LODs off stream, so this way it's... Oh, sorry, build the H load. So nobody has to watch that, because it'd be terrible. But, yeah. So anyway, for those who don't know, the game's called Poppet Quest, and if you're interested, follow, subscribe, or whatever. Not, I don't know, maybe check back tomorrow, and if not, thanks for watching. Yeah. I'm heading out. Yeah. Getting some sleep.